Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Spooktober will continue with another Wraith on a Fell Beast. Now this one's from actually Medusa Project. I've got another basically Dark Martial that we're going to do from Navarrete Studios. All of our previous ones so far that you've watched me paint have been from Navarrete Studio. So this is one we just did. Was it Saturday? Yep, this is our Saturday stream right here. We also did another one on our Friday stream. Let me see if we can get to him here. So that would be this guy right there. Again, also from Navarrete Studios. What I should do is get the... There he is. So yeah, we'll get you out here. So this one is this is the best Wraith of all, of course. That is Kamul the Easterling, and this is also from Medusa Project. So we're trying to do a little something different with each one, and we're going to be doing a different glow with this one. I actually got the, what is it, our fabulous, let me grab this brush over here. That would be the legendary Cobalt Teal Bluish. So we're going to try and hit the sword here and just this whole area there. Hey, Master Chief, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, Master Chief. Thank you so much. We're going to try a nice little turquoise glow here. This might be, well, I have done a turquoise glow on other things. Just a teensy bit of the floral green in there. And we'll begin this exactly the same way that we began all the other ones. We're going to start with the source lighting. Always best to begin with the source lighting, because then you get it right away. You know, it's like, oh, well, okay, I don't need to even paint this area. Hey there, Dark Horse, nice to see ya. So I don't know if there's going to be an armored wolf sighting tonight, because I haven't heard from him. Now, of course, with everything going on with Battlezone Ursa, that convention they were running, my guess is that he might be a little bit worse for wear from that. Obviously, we'll be zooming in once we get to more of the detail type stuff. Let's see, how much is that going to carry over? Then maybe not too much. So again, this is from Medusa Project, a very different way of sculpting the fell beasts than, say, the Navarrete Studios, which is why I've got a Navarrete Studios basically version of this. Yeah, Dark Horse, it's, well, unfortunately, since a lot of folks watch this with their kids, and by kids, I mean like really young kids. Same thing with the YouTube videos. The other thing, too, is that, well, Twitch, it's kind of interesting. The folks that maybe got a little bit too used to spicy metaphors, yeah, they were in for a big shock when Twitch started cracking down on that kind of stuff. So it just seemed to be a really good idea to just kind of keep it as mellow as possible. Cause yeah, yeah, just set me in front of any computer there, Dark Horse, and well, let's put it this way: even sailors would, even the Dark Marshal would flee in terror from the black speech of Wappleville there. All right, now we'll get some of our lighter stuff going here. Maybe we will zoom in just a smidge while we're doing this part right here. Yeah, it turned out to, I mean, again, once we heard that, you know, so there were some youngsters watching, we thought, well, maybe it's a good thing we just keep it this way. Yeah, we're good there. And then we're going to hit this with some of our glaze. Now we got to start doing some of this other stuff. I might wait on a lot of the stuff down here until the end, because You can see I had to change my rig around a little bit. So this is actually glued directly to this. It still has all the weight down here. But yeah, this thing, the way this is, since it's flat, there was nothing for the thing to grip on. So we had to change tactics a little bit there. I'm gonna roll this way. Okay, fine. We'll put some of the ice blue in there. Fine, fine, fine. Whatever. And then we'll do our darker glazy stuff, like you do. Just getting some of this stuff out of my way, because this is a wee bit... Oh, that's right. That's wing there. So yeah, Dark Horse. You know, there's actually some like barnacle type stuff going on with our rocks here as well. Like I said, we're going to keep a lot of this stuff down here, mostly paint free, I think, until towards the end. Yeah, there's there's a crab down there or something. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see that until just now. Hey, Russian Blue. Hey there, Ryan. Nice to see you. Actually, Ryan. Well, geez, Ryan. I don't know if you want to share your link. There's a few people in the chat there. Same thing there, Russian Blue and Dark Horse. Well, again, you ever want to share something there in the chat? Please go ahead. So great to see you again there, Ryan. Yeah, it's been insanely busy still. Still haven't even had a chance to try and do the kitchen floor yet, much less any of the other things. Actually, Ryan, hopefully the new adventure also is going well. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. Now this is very this is so difficult here, right? This is I know what I'm missing. Never got a chance to put this out there. Where the heck did my Mars Yellow Deep go? There it is. Hey there, Verifier. How you doing? Velfira, boy, I thought I was going to be starting about 9:35, but I was still on the phone with Kathy's mom until 9:37. So yeah, that sort of delayed things a little bit. My apologies. You know what? That's what we'll do. We'll go from this, and then we'll add some of the radiant green on there. Yeah, we'll do that. Well, yeah, I was hoping that obviously there's going to be lots of unexpected. Well, it's an unexpected journey, and there's going to be lots of crazy twists and turns, for sure. So yeah, there's our water down there. We even have a little crab sitting over there. So this is definitely an aquatic theme, no doubt about it. And of course, we'll be hitting this again with our with some pinline wash type stuff. I just hit it very quickly with some of the Steino res. Nothing terribly special. It is weird though. I have to get used to the way that the Medusa Project ones are sculpted. And again, where's our Kamul the Easterling here? So again, that is the Medusa Project Kamul. Now the Medusa Project Dark Marshall here. So Velfair, hopefully things maybe this week setting up a little bit better than the last couple of weeks there. I know that the last couple of weeks there it was not super fun, that's for sure. All right, now we're gonna get some of the radiant green mixed into this. And then we'll get a little bit of the fast matte white, I think, ultimately into this too. We'll keep hitting this. Let's get the underside of this too. Now the skin texture here is more, trying to think of it, it's more crackled. Whereas the skin texture on the Navarette Studios ones, it's a little more, I guess, subtle than the Medusa Project skin texture or scales or whatever you want to call them. I'm glad that things are slowly progressing there. I mean, take any progress, right? But definitely better than zero. All right, now let's get a little bit of the ice blue. Yeah, not going to do a whole bunch down here because I'm going to have to probably do something like this. This I might be able to hit with some cursory whatever. You know, I better just throw something in down there. So again, don't think we'll have an armored wolf sighting here. Oh, by the way, just like the other Medusa Project one, there was a lot of green stuff work that had to be done on this. I think I probably had at least an hour and a half of green stuff work to do on this. The Navarette Studios ones definitely don't need to do anywhere near as much as that. I could almost just take the basically the liquid green stuff and take care of that. Yeah, Velfir, it's definitely been back and forth, has it not? It kind of seems seems like it just sort of there ends up eventually being a tipping point where things are just really they do just kind of keep advancing instead of that kind of back and forth. I guess it'll be the same way there, Ryan. Right? There could be some pretty rapid steps forward, and then they. Oh, wait a minute. What about this kind of thing going on? Josh trying to get me some more of my light stuff out here. And there. So this is 13 minutes in. Yeah, 13 minutes ago. This had nothing on it. And of course, as always, we're going to get in here with our darker stuff. I think it might just be about time for that. Definitely lots of our Payne's Gray, but first let's actually throw a little something up here, like you do. Actually, that might be not a bad idea, is to go with almost more like a goldish armor on him, or whatever. That'll contrast with our teal there. Hey there, Horns fan, how you doing? Nice to see you again there, Horns fan. Looking for... Oh yeah, that's right. We could use this. And we got one of these. One of these beat up ones that we can... And we also have this right here. So let's try this guy. So happy Monday there, Horns fan. Great to see you, of course. I'll mix some of my floral blue with this also. Some thinner. Come on, there we go. So yep, we haven't done a in a while a turquoise glow. We are gonna do that here. Let me get some some of this going in here. Maybe a little touch of our floral green in there. So that all of our really dark stuff also gets somewhat lightened up. Actually, I can zoom in. Whoops, not that way. That way. So we can zoom in a little closer here. Oh yeah, the end of the sword. Out here. I think we got that light turned all the way down. So I do believe that the chefs won, and I think we're talking more about the ain'ts than the saints. Yeah, not a super tremendous effort there. Of course, what Horns fan really wants to discuss is the new AP Top 25 that came out. Because, yes, I'm sure that Horns fan is desperately wanting us to mention who is now in that number one spot. Because it's not like there's any jinx associated with that at all this season. It's not like every team that has been put in that number one spot has been, well, pretty much immediately dethroned. So yeah, Horns fan, it's not like there's anybody at risk or anything like that this coming Saturday. And certainly there wouldn't be a big rivalry game to boot as part of that. Yeah, that would never happen, right, Horns fan? At least not this Saturday. Oh yeah. Let me get a little bit of the. Come on, a little more of that phthalo green there. Come on, a little more. Oh, I think no, we might have it. Yep. There we are. So Horns fan is trying to do a little bit of deflection right there. He's like, wow, look at that, look at this, look at this number 3, number 2 matchup. That's what everybody should focus on, not the number 1 team. Yes, indeed. And of course, the APCC brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Actually, well, Horns fan, there's something even more vital than that. I'm sure there's an East Chattanooga State versus Appalachian Tech or something like that. I'm sure that's the matchup everybody wants to see this weekend, right, Horns fan? That's what the college football world is waiting on. It's not like the number 1 team is going up in a massive rivalry game, fresh off the dissolution of the last 2 number 1 teams. I guess all kidding aside, though, that does kind of mean that any sort of mishaps or something like that probably won't be super costly. And well, like you say, you got number 3 and number 2, so one of those is going to get taken out. I guess it kind of depends. Is that game in the shoe, or is that game out west between those natural Big Ten rivals? So again, see what's happening now with our glaze there that once was Super, super, and then we're going to make this even lighter here, because again, we are starting out with the object source lighting. We're not going to end with it. Why would we do that? There would be zero point to doing that. It would basically just mean doing the same thing over and over again. Painting the same area multiple times. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Nope, not going to happen. We're going to try and get some of... Yeah, let's go darker. Where's some of our... There's some of our green in there. Ah, there we've got it. There we go. But now, I mean, we are starting to get later in the season where things start to coalesce. Thank you so much for that follow, Pupco. We appreciate that. So, seriously, these murder chickens, they don't really put up much opposition for somebody jumping on their back. He's like, huh, you kidding me? Why do you think I'm climbing up on this rock? I've been trying to shake him off for like 2 hours. Man, maybe Gandalf is not the only one that has a problem riding big critters. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 right here. Wow, it's our first one in forever. Look at that. We get ourselves a big Gandalf 6. Thank you so much, Pup Kobe. Appreciate the follow. Gandalf, of course, appreciates all of his little hobbitses. Yeah, Velfair, I didn't actually see that. I was, well, obviously I had the somewhat pirated version playing on the phone there, but I wasn't actually looking at it because I was getting ready for the stream. And I did see something actually on my Insta of all things, Valfera. What was it? The thing that he threw? Was it just a towel, Valfera? And then he kicked. Did he kick the official? And I guess what was he outside from losing? What was he getting so ornery about? That's the other thing I haven't figured out. Because it looked like he threw something and then he just kind of was yelling and then he kicked either an official or another player or something. Alright, there's our darker stuff. Okay, so we're getting all of our darker stuff. Now we'll come back. No, I'm looking at this a little too shiny to come back into this just yet. Little too shiny just yet. We'll wait and we're gonna hit some of the other stuff around it here. Gonna use, where did you go? There you are. Now let's get some of our, I'm starting to, well, let's just stick with it over here. Ooh, that was what I wanted. I'm gonna, wait a second. We got this. We haven't used this. Where the heck did you go? Oh, I think it's actually up here maybe. You know what? Maybe we throw this out here. Yeah, let's get this out here. We did use this in, remember, one of our tutorial videos here. Oh, he kicked the ball. Okay. Yeah, that is, well, now, of course, there's a lot of folks, they're going to say, well, that never would have happened under Saban because Saban would have personally picked the guy up and carried him out of the stadium, small as he is. Alright, I'm going to grab this. We're going to chuck that over there. So this actually has some violet in it now. Poof. There it is. Let's see. Yeah, that was definitely one of those out of control situations. I mean, that has to drop down any NFL value right there. Because if there's anything the NFL's been doing, it has been sort of cracking down on that sort of stuff. So the darker this all gets here, the lighter that's going to be, right? Just letting that go where it's going to go. Just trying to keep in mind that the Medusa Project stuff, the texture is very, very different on this. I guess now there's somebody else that's also hoping that nobody notices. Actually, has Iowa State going into the top 10, or are they like at number 11? My guess is that Iowa State's probably at 11 or something like that. But of course, there's a few fans out there that say, nope, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Don't even look at the Cyclones. 1 second there. So Ryan says they are 11th. Let's do this up here. Yeah, let's get some of that going. So they are number 11 as I thought. I think you might have said that in the last. No, wouldn't have been able to say that in the last stream because they hadn't come out with the new rankings yet. And I guess too, we just do have to keep in mind that these don't necessarily really mean anything. I think it's really not till week 10, right? Hey there, Arid. Nice to see you. Everybody, please give Arid a Canwave a follow. So, Arid, I think you still got your usual Thursday stream coming up, right? 7 p.m. Central. Oh, and of course, please share your Pinterest link there in the chat. Like always. Just gonna let this flow where it's going to flow. Then here, not so much again, because I might just have to be sticking my finger there. So we'll wait on that bit for now. Yeah, there's a whole bunch more texture on these guys than on the, well, it's a different type of texture, I guess I should really say. Not a whole lot more, but it's a different type of texture. Okay, that wasn't quite where that was supposed to go. And again, this a whole different version of this rig. I super glued this to this. Normally there's something that screws on here, and then this is hot glued on here. Okay, I think now that we have done this, let me try to get some stuff down here. Some of the Van Dyke Brown in with that. And again, that's the Paynes Gray, the Williamsburg Paynes Gray, not the definitely not the Windsor Newton Paynes Gray. I don't know if you'll ever really be seeing too much of that. Everybody, please check out that Pinterest link that Eric Canway posted, and of course, please give Eric Canway a follow. So thank you so much for being here, Eric. Appreciate that. Let me see. What 2:30 start? That is kind of backwards, right? Normally, Horns fan, that would be the afternoon game for sure. But, well, like you say, everything is backwards now, right? So, Velfair, all of the, basically all of the Fell Beasts, these themed ones, they all basically come with this. So that, because as you can see, the wing is literally part of this. Thank you so much, Midwest Miniature Guy. Appreciate the raid. Everybody, please give Midwest Miniature Guy a follow if you could. And of course, Midwest Miniature Guy, you want to post anything in the chat, stuff you've been working on, please do that as well. We're just underway here. 30 minutes ago, we just started on this. This had no paint on it whatsoever. It's from Medusa Project. So this is the last Medusa Project Wraith right here. This is Camole the Easterling. And even that base, Valfera, that comes with that one. And then, now this one here, we did add some things to it. So I did add the casualties on the bottom, but the horse and that the rocks there, that actually did come with it. So we're doing all of the 9 Nazgul on various fell beasts here, and each one is going to get a different motif. This one is for our Harad army, so we've got a motif that matches our Harad there. Actually, are there any super? Well, that's one definitely the later game. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew, and nice to see you again, Underdeep. I hope that you're doing well there, Underdeep. And again, everybody, please give Midwest Miniature Guy a follow, and of course, Midwest Miniature Guy, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And everyone, once again, please give Midwest Miniature Guy a follow if you could. Now here we're gonna get a little bit more of a bluish green down in here. There's that little sneaky crab down there too. There we are. Definitely much more of a greenish tone here. So yeah, Velfir, because of the wing and because of him crawling here, actually, Velfir, one of the reasons they did this was to make it more playable. Because as you can see, there's really not much around here. So that's why he's all the way up here. And the wings, that's the thing with the Medusa Project ones, is the wings do not spread out very far. You can tell they're more compacted, right? And the whole point of that is just to try and make it a little bit easier to have it out on the table. Which is pretty neat, right, Valfira? Kind of ingenious there. Definitely. Alright, we'll see you later there, Horns fan. Yeah, sorry that it's so late again. I really tried to start earlier, but I was, again, still on the phone with Kathy's family earlier. So here's hoping that you'll be able to join us on Thursday, which will also be very late because that would be Thursday. No problem there, Midwest Miniature Guy. You know what? We're going to hit this with this stuff too. And maybe even try to do some kind of marking type stuff with this. Now, we haven't done anything on that. Again, what is it? 33 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. No object source lighting, no nothing. Hey there, Artemichael. Nice to see ya. So Valfera, I made a second batch of dough. And I think actually the second batch came out better than the first one because, well, I used a different mixer for one thing. Thank you so much for that follow. We appreciate that, Garrett's509. No, not going to do it. It's like, oh, well, you don't even know what I was going to ask. It's like the same thing you ask everybody, go fight the Balrog. It's like, well, yeah, look, you got all this water there. You can just spray him with some water, man. It'll put out that fire and you can lick him. It's like, wait, don't you have like a magical sword there? He's like, oh, you mean this glow stick here? Yeah, not too impressive because I die. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Well, we already had ourselves a big Gandalf 6 tonight. Oh, I thought we were going to have a second one. Boy, Gandalf is on fire tonight, so to speak. So nice to see you there, Artemichael. No problem there, Midwest Miniature Guy. Thank you so much for the raid. That is appreciated. I might have to get me some more of the Perline Blackout here. Sure, let's get some more of our dark along here. They'll probably, again, not going to do too much down here because I might have to be sticking my finger right in that area. So we'll just focus up here. And I'm thinking after we do this bit here, we can get up in here because all of that, it's not dry, but as you can see, it's not shiny anymore. So yeah, we certainly haven't done a teal glow on a Wraith, have we? All right. Now, of course, what is one of the most vital elements of the Book of Wappo? Well, when you're starting out, things must be messy before they can be neat, of course. One of the reasons why we do things like these glazy things and the dry brushy stuff is, oh, look at this. If a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. And then, of course, there is this, and that is really important, and we're going to show you a couple of things here that really illustrate. Well, first, let's start here. Now, this, I'm going to say, we'll still be able to see that this is clearly some kind of glowy stuff, even with that turned down. Well, let's break out this guy here, because you think, oh, wow, yeah, that's really going to show up. Not so much. Look at that. It almost disappears. Almost vamoosles right there. Bring it back. Oh, look at this. Look at all that red coming back. So that is a color contrast as opposed to a value contrast. Oh, and by the way, again, we just painted this on Saturday, and I mean till like 5 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. And as you can see, we're able to grab onto it and do all kinds of stuff with it. This thing could be, well, maybe up here with the cobalt teal bluish, maybe not super dry right away, but it'll be mostly dry. Now we got to get ourselves some stuffs on this here. Where's my Van Dyke brown and Perline black? I'm gonna have to get me some more Perline black out there. Boom. Now, what's interesting, Velfred, this didn't necessarily take up a ton of resin because this thing is hollow. But yeah, so that other one that you saw with the wings sticking out, obviously that one's going to be more top heavy. Now this one, top heavy too, but he does kind of balance a little bit here. And again, the idea behind these, I'm pretty darn sure it was to make it so that it would be easier to try and play a game with them. Let me hit some more of this here. No, 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 they're over there. Well, now we actually got the phthalo green mixing with our Van Dyke brown. Yeah, Valfira, it's and I knew that was going to happen, but we were trying to do the much more subdued version, right? We didn't want it to be coitus, well, like the Witch King with the flamey sword, or even our the Betrayer for a Harad there. So again, that's the phthalo green mixed with some of the Van Dyke brown. Now here, this is going to be just, I think, more of the Van Dyke brown up here. Still see that bit of greenish tinge there. All right, that's it. That's it. I would like to get something. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this deal here with the Van Dyke brown and the phthalo green. I'm gonna just keep working with this here. Again, the Medusa Project wings, and also too, Velfira, every single wing. When I was going to put these together the other day, Velfira, I thought, oh my gosh, I don't have the wings printed out. I'm like, where the heck are the wings? But all of the Medusa Project ones, they tend to be like this, where the wings are not quite so expansive, which I do have to say does cut down on printing time by a lot. So Valfira, yeah, that's not the Witch King. That one we're using for, it's basically going to be like an Isengard Wraith. Where's our Witch King? And actually, I do have another Witch King on Felby's, but there you can see much more of an orangey glow for him, right? So we will be doing a Witch King, and he will definitely get the orange glow for sure. You know, Valfira, the one thing, oh, geez, you just reminded me. The one thing that nobody has really sculpted is the crown, the Morgul crown. No one's really sculpted that yet for a Witch King. I mean, they have the crown on him, but it's not like the flaming crown, right? Yeah, you just reminded me. I don't think anybody's really done that. I'm gonna have to talk to a few sculptors, especially the ones that haven't done that yet, or done a wraith yet necessarily on a fell beast. I know that Kurzlook has printing goes ever on, but his are super super different. He actually tried to do specialty wraiths as like, well, there's the Knight of Umbar, there's the Dark Mar. Actually, no, this is the Knight of Umbar here, I think. Yeah, this is actually the Knight of Umbar. So sorry about that if I miswrote that in the chat there. My apologies. Yeah, this is actually the Knight of Umbar, which also we even have a Book of Wobble. Respect the Umbar. And of course, that would be for our Corsairs. So that's what this Wraith is supposed to go with. And of course, while we've been painting all those Corsair ships, right? I still haven't had a chance to do the rigging yet, Valfira. It has been way, way, way too crazy here. My guess is, I don't even know if I'll have a chance to try it this week. Maybe later in the week. It kind of depends on how filming goes. Tomorrow and Wednesday. So yes, this is not the Dark Marshal. This is actually the Knight of Umbar. No way to change that. Not during a stream. I knew I kept forgetting something. Actually, the Dark Marshal might be more something for, maybe Far Harad. Okay, so yeah, now, oh, look at that. See, you can really see that texture start to emerge there. Alright, now this is more straight up phthalo green here. Some straight up phthalo green down into some of the crevices here. Just reasons. We're also going to be doing kind of a Nurgle themed. Right, that would, I think, be the Undying. Or the Dwimmerlick. I think either the Dwimmerlick is either the kind of the undead one, or it's the, yeah, I think the Undying is definitely supposed to be the Nurgle one. Ah, there's my Perline Black. Okay. So let's wander back up here, I think. Fast mat weight. We're just going to really establish our glowy thing on the sword here, and I'm just going to see which parts of this am I going to not paint right away because we're going to need to stick our finger on there. I think this will probably be one of those areas. I get some of the thinner out of that brush there. Well, we got all kinds of little nooks and crannies on the armor here. So yeah, the little holders here, those are from Battlecraft Supplies. They have their Etsy page. You can't, actually, oh hey Velfira, you know that curio cabinet Kickstarter? I just was like, that's supposed to release in October, right? Has that? I think you actually got in on that, didn't you? The curio cabinet Kickstarter. I mean, I think it's literally called curio. So Urda Michael, I've been wanting to do these for quite some time, and well, it's October, right? So I thought it'd be very appropriate. So Urda Michael, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. So I think what we need to do is really get in here and basically complete everything on the Wraith here, because I'm going to have to be sticking my fingers on the outer parts of this. Alright, so Velfira, I'm glad that you did, because now it has not released yet, right? They haven't released the files? Because I tend to miss those. And then months later, it's like they're sending out surveys, right? And I'm like, what survey? I didn't see a survey. This needs to be significantly lighter in here. So yeah, we are going to have to really hammer home the armor, source lighting, and such. Everybody please check out that link that Arda Michael just shared. I will actually be coming back in with some darker, because you must have dark to show the light. That is also in the Book of Wapples. So Underdeep, I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, thanks for being here, as always. Hey Artabites, how you doing? Nice to see ya. So Underdeep, I hope that your Monday was a good day. Well, I think actually the Dark Marshal and the Knight of Umbar both basically kind of have the same helmet. Maybe that's what I got trixied by there. You know, I'm gonna go the Oppo way here. Well, this is the culinary channel, right, Underdeep? I mean, we've already been talking about recipes. Now, something wicked this way. Well, you think a ring wraith on a fell beast is wicked, but no, Wicked Minis has arrived. How you doing there, Wicked Minis? Everybody, please give Wicked Minis a follow if you could. Thanks for joining us here, too. I appreciate that. And of course, Wicked Minis, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. We are working on some more spooky ring wraiths here. We're doing different themes on each one. This one, well, as we realize now, this is the Knight of Umbar here. This is a ring wraith on a fell beast. You can see some of the water down here, right? He is going to go with our Corsairs of Umbar there. And we've actually been painting Corsair ships to go along with it, so we got lots of fun stuff. Now this is from Medusa Project. this is Best Wraith right here. That's Kamul, the Easterling, that is also from Medusa Project. So a little bit different sculpting than the last couple of Fell Beasts that we have done, and this one is from Navarrete Studios. We did this one on Saturday. Little bit of Rohan goodies down there for him to snack on. And then this one over here, this is for our Harad army. Done to match our Harad theme. So very fun there. Those two are from Navarrete Studios. Everybody please check out Artibites. Is that yeah, it's a Discord link. Oh, and of course, Wicked Minis. Gee whiz, sorry, Wicked Minis, I almost forgot. Should you require the need for things like, I don't know, mass amounts of foliage, and you do not have the 3D printer, Wicked Minis has all kinds of fabulous ferns, foliage. Look at Monstera plants. Look at that. So all of those are, that's vellum foliage. And what's nice about the vellum foliage is that it is much, much, much more sturdy than the paper foliage, all with the added benefit that it's also a heck of a lot stronger. So Wicked Minis, if you want to share your link in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Hey there, Doji. Tuvan, you definitely don't want to do that, right? Don't become between that fell beast is he gets hungry. Gotta have his dinner time. So we do have indeed. Look at this cobalt teal bluish Doji for the first time as basically an object source lighting thing. I mean, it's not like the color is going to be terribly different than say other things where we've used other colors for it, but it's definitely the first time where it's, I don't want to say flying solo, but it's kind of taken the lead. So great to see you there, Artibitus. Let me see. So let's try a little bit more over here. This is almost a bit of dry brushy stuff going on. Of course, Doji, if you want to share your fabulous oil painting links there in the chat, that'd be spectacular too. And again, Wicked Minis, please. Oh, never mind. That's Wicked Elf Minis. Sorry, Wicked Minis. My apologies. You're probably like, well, share what link? What are you talking about? Yeah, that'd be Wicked Elf Minis. Sorry about that. Still equally wicked though. Ooh, let's get a little bit darker with this. Again, more of the cobalt teal bluish in here. Maybe not all the way back there. We are going to take phthalo green, Prussian blue. That is still a much better, what was that, that wasn't, it was Prussian green. Yeah, that just, woof, that did not work out terribly well. Hey there, Sarge. So Sarge, sorry about all the extra craziness going on there. Like double craziness, like literally crazy on top of crazy, right? And I was just telling Kathy's family that if I wish anybody well, it's like a big curse. So I'm not going to say anything about traveling or anything like that, because you know what's going to happen. If I do that, it jinxes everything. So I'm not going to jinx you there, Sarge. Everybody please check out that Instalink, yes, from Doji there. Please check that out, and of course some fabulous oil painted goodness there to see. That still has to be, I think, darker on that side, so I'm at least going to use, there we go. Oh yeah, look at that. It almost has its own little bit of a glow to it. Again, that is the cobalt teal bluish. So this is I think that you could still call this the most expensive OSL doji, especially if I put Perline Crimson in the chompers area there. Yeah, it would officially be the most expensive Wraith, I think. Yeah, storage, especially, and of course, well, you knew it had to happen, right? Right before you're supposed to head out somewhere. Of course, that's when things are gonna go all kinds of boom. Not in all the intervening, not that you wanted to go boom at any time, but it had plenty of time to do boom stuff. And it's like it had eyes, right? It's like where they say the ball had eyes. It's like it had it had eyes and it knew exactly when to strike. This does just need to have some more of that dark placed in there. That'd be fantastic, Doji. Yeah, Doji. Again, everybody please check out the link that Doji shared. That Insta link. Really fantastic diorama. I'm going to darken you down a little bit there. And this, okay, again, that's more of the cobalt teal bluish that's going to go in there. I'm looking at this. Let me try something here. I might try the Van Dyke brown here. Not quite so much of the thinner, though. Let me see. No, that's... I guess we can get a little darker in there. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's literally like it just knows. It's just like, huh, well, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna sit here. I'm just gonna wait, and then they're gonna be just about to head out for that trip, and I'm gonna just I'm just gonna make everything chaos. And it sure sounds like it went that way. Now this here, I was thinking again more almost like a gold-ish type thing there. Just darken that down too. So again, Wicked, if you want to share, sorry, Wicked Minis, you want to share something in the chat? My apologies. It's like the third time I've done that now. Sorry about that. And again, we are painting with traditional oils here. Traditional oil paints. And then, as I said earlier, by this time tomorrow, if it's not completely dry, it's going to be mostly there. Why is that? It's because we are not using very much paint. Hardly any paint at all, really. Mostly dry brushing. A little bit of the pin line wash activity. So again, not mass amounts of paint. Even here, we're just going to use what is tantamount to a bit of a pin line wash of the asphaltum there over our terracotta, or terra rosa, sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same thing. Yeah, sorry, I guess there's a couple of ways of looking at that. You look at it and say, well, gee, it would have been nice to have these days to not have to screw around. And I guess you could look at it and say, well, I guess it's a good thing that we did, because it would have been much more difficult screwing around with that. Just hoping that everything kind of settles, so to speak, with the other situation there. going to just throw a little bit of this into here, and we'll let that have a chance to blend a little. Because we have the glazy stuff in there already. Asphaltum again. Thanks, Arid. Appreciate that. Armored Wolf, well, again, I don't know when Armored Wolf is going to be able to join us, because I'm sure Armored Wolf is still trying to recover from the Ursa Battle Zone Ursa convention there that he had to run. So thanks, appreciate that, Arid. So yeah, there's so thank you so much, appreciate that. Actually, Max Velocity, the streamer that I listen to for all the weather stuff, he's been just getting hammered by bots. There was another, I think it was a Lord of the Rings broadcast, also getting nuked by bots. So thanks, I appreciate that. Thanks, Velfira. Thank you so much, Irid. Again, yeah, there's not a whole bunch I can do from here, sadly. But that's appreciate everybody doing that. Let me use this. Where's our other one that we're there it is. There it is. There it is. Oh, there's our fabulous. Now it will be officially Doji, the most expensive Wraith so far. As in goes the Pearling Crimson. Do some more here. Actually, Velfira, what I think it's possible, right? Well, you can give people VIP status. You can do the moderator status as well, right, Velfira? That's not quite something I can do on stream. So Velfira, now did that drop down last night too, or is it just tonight? All right, we'll darken you down some more, and over here some more. So yeah, well, Velfira, shoot me a message tomorrow. I think because I think Megan was the other secondary moderator. There was actually a few folks I think that had that, but I think some of them they're not necessarily with us all the time. So yeah, Velfira, just shoot me a message and we'll see if we can get that established. Back to the Prussian blue phthalo green mix in here. Not many good locations for the fingers in here. You know what? I think, yeah, we should make that darker there. Maybe even a little bit more of a dark up here. Again, you must have dark to show the light. And then, like I said, we'll come back with the almost more of a gold-ish type of a color. I'm going to get rid of some of that teal color there. All right, now back to this with the, speaking of teal, cobalt teal in there. I'll see you later there, Doji. Thanks for being here as long as you could. Appreciate that. So yeah, Velfair, I had to basically unscrew the thing. This is not how they usually are. Do I have... Do I have a holder here that you can see how they go? Oh yeah, here we go. So obviously there's the usual configuration, but again, I had to cut that away. Well, not cut, I basically unscrewed that off of there, and we had to take a little different approach with it. I'm going to use this. Some of that. That's going to go over here. Darken that down a little bit too, maybe. So yeah, I knew that this one was going to be a bit on the tricksy side, for sure. We'll see what the Navarrete Studios one is like, and we'll be painting that one up next Monday. Because normally it's Armada Mondays here. But until, for October here, and also until I can get some more of the ships ready to go, we'll kind of be sticking with the nautical ring wraith theme. Because I know that we're going to be doing, that kind of last week of October, we'll be doing our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. And obviously we'll be painting a Cathy miniature on the 29th, which I think is a Tuesday. Could be wrong, but I do think the 29th is a Tuesday. Now let me see. Let me try something here. I'm going to take some of the Radiant Green. Mix that with our... Come on. Big old blob on the end of the brush there is finally gone. And yeah, we'll lighten this up a little. And now we'll go very strong with our light here. Well, there is going to be a ship, Velfera. So, like here, it's got the water. The Knight of Umbar that we're going to paint next Monday actually has a little boat. There's actually a little broken boat on his base. And I've got some anchors also too. So I got some anchors and some other, well, obviously aquatic type bits. That is so technically there will be a boat on the base next Monday. I only just realized that, and it's funny because I just took it off the build plate earlier before the stream. That's another reason the stream was later, because I had to get the next round of prints going. Okay, now we're starting to get, boy, there is an awful lot of a little bit of armor sections here to do. No, that's not armor. That's just going to be his cloak there. And we'll come back and probably do some dark stuff here as well, but also trying to maybe change the color just a smidge here. You know what, that is just getting kind of irritating, so we're going to try another brush here. Gonna let those mix together a little. Let's try this. Right on the edge there. And then this one too. I think, yep, we need to get this top edge lighter. Okay, yeah, now we're getting there. Actually, can I zoom back in here? Yes, I can. Let's zoom back in there. Actually, well, that's actually good to know, Valfera, because obviously, right, would be expecting maybe mayo or something like that, and I'd be like, what's with the mayo here? So thanks for the heads up there, Valfera. Obviously, for Armored Wolf and I, days like that, it's like, what's going on? Why is this closed? There's no such thing as holidays. So generally, we kind of forget that, oh, okay, I guess that's right. So I'm going to keep working. That might be a little too light. We're going to back off of that a little. It's funny, that's just how dark all this is. This is not a light color by any stretch of the imagination, not even close. But it's sure in that. But here, see how that's just mixing with what's already there. It's all it's doing, just mixing with what's already there. And that is where the oils allow us to get stuff finished so much more quickly, because we don't have to just labor over every last little thing. Ask not what you can do for your oils, but what your oils can do for you. Well, that's good, Valfear. Hopefully, you'll be able to maybe get a little bit of enjoyment there. Yeah, I would have been very much clueless. I would have just been going, huh, why didn't this arrive, or whatever. Is there any... yes, we need to do some of that over here. Okay, glad that you're getting maybe a little extra time there to do just Valfera stuff. So essentially what I'm going to try and do here is just get the I keep wanting to say Dark Marshal, but the Knight of Umbar, get him all situated here, and then start painting the stuff around him. I think that just is the best way to go with this. Okay, instead of trying to screw around painting something, then sticking my hand back on there again, and then having to paint that again. This has nothing on it there. Thank you so much for the raid, Paint Chantress. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Paint Chantress a follow. So, Paint Chantress, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Monday or Tuesday. We still got 20 minutes of Monday here. So, hopefully, no matter what day it is, it's been a fantastic one for you. We are still painting more of our spooky ring race here. So, this one is 3D printed. This one is from the Medusa Project. Here's another one that we did. This is Camul the Easterling, also Medusa Project. I think we painted this one around just this time last year, so we're doing a bunch of spooky wraiths. But wait, there's more. This one is the Betrayer. This one is done to match my Harad army. So here again is more glowy stuff, more wraithy goodness, and that was our Friday stream. Our Saturday stream was this one here. This one is from Navarrete Studios here. He's got himself a couple of casualties on the base, and of course what we're trying to do is a different different kind of glow for each of our wraiths. Thanks, Paint Chantress. Appreciate that. So Veilfear, I've got another one from whatchamacallit here, Medusa Project to do, and then I've got the Navarrete Studios version of this, then the Navarrete Studios version of the Dwimmerlick and the Undying. So I've got at least, I have about a dozen more Race on Felbeast that are printed out. They're not, we're not going to be painting all those this month, but we do have we have a substantial amount of them printed out and ready to go. So Paint Chantress, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go on ahead. Now, of course, this guy here, he is again the Knight of Umbar, who goes with our Corsairs of Umbar, and we've painted 3 of these ships. That's not 3 ships, that's 1 ship, and those are just the different pieces of it. We have been painting ships on stream, and that's been super fun. They're definitely, we've been painting a bunch of terrain as well. We can show you some of our Easterling terrain that we have painted here on the channel. Already have a decent sized Easterling terrain board. We'll be painting up some Hobbit stuff too. We have an entire Hobbit town. So yeah, Velfira, we'll be probably using one of the Navarrete Studios ones for a tutorial video. And I know I've got another, there's also basically Witch King. So yeah, there's a couple of more Witch Kings to paint. Because, we only have the GW one, right? We only have 1 Witch King so far. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the Witch King is one of the ones we do as a tutorial video, because, that would be more of the orangey type stuff going on there. So everybody please give Paint Chantress a follow if you could. And again, Paint Chantress, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go on ahead and do that. Where is... Let me see. Of course, we've been doing a whole bunch of these werewolves. Right? That kind of started Spooktober there. I still have to do the final... there you are. I knew you were hiding here somewhere. So this is also from Navarrete Studio. That is that's the Necromancer there. So Velfir, these are for different armies. So obviously this one for the Corsairs of Umbar. The Betrayer is for Harad. The Kamul the Easterling. He was for my Easterlings. It gets a little more tricky with the Shadow Lord Velfira and the Undying. Those are not really necessarily, some of them kind of associated loosely with Harad and Umbar. But I was thinking for things like the Shadow Lord, I thought that would be a good one for whatever's like sort of a Mirkwood forest orc army. So like Shelob and spiders and that sort of stuff. So that was kind of the direction I was thinking for those guys. Especially something like the Shadow Lord. That is typically something that you're going to have against elven armies. So that makes sense, right? So whatever you would be seeing up against, say, Rivendell, Lothlorien, maybe for some Gundabad orcs or something like that. So thanks so much, Sarge, for being here again. I know it's just been a crazy, crazy day there, so I appreciate you being here as long as you could, and hopefully get yourself some good sleep there. And well, Sarge, if you wanted to post your tiger on the way out, sorry that I completely spaced on that, Sarge. If you wanted to post that, please go ahead. So that would be these guys right here. The thing is, Valfair, the only allies that can have, at least now with the way the alliance matrix is, they can only be allied with the Easterlings, which means the only ring wraith is, well, obviously Kamul. I don't even think they can be allied with Mordor. Yeah, I think they're not even the only green allies they are is with the Easterlings. So yeah, that means unfortunately no other ring wraiths on Felbeast except for Kamul. And then that's the other thing that kind of limits us to is again, well, yeah, you could have. I don't think, yeah, you couldn't have something like say the Dark Marshal with them either because, well, he would be more again for the Corsairs, that sort of thing. So everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Sarge just shared. Get a little bit of the, come on, more of the phthalo green in there. I think here we can do a little bit more with our lighter stuff because I don't think I'm going to be sticking my fingers on this too much. Boy, all the little bit of glazy stuff we did in there is really, you can really see that standing out. That's nice. Again, you can see that our hand is nowhere near the metal ferrule of that brush. It's way back here. Now, Velfira, if you wanted to share your dragon or any of your stuff there in the chat too, not sure. I think I don't think I. Sorry if I spaced on that. My apologies. Again, yeah, this is a very different texture from what I was painting on those Navarrete Studios Fell Beasts. Now the printing goods that were on Fell Beasts, holy smoke, those are super craggy. Now Valfair, it'll definitely make, well, of course, again, it might all change. I mean, they might just start eliminating armor. Who knows, right? It's GW, right, Valfair? Who knows what's going to happen? But even if they do that, I just obviously will still have the old version of the game, and I'll still have those old armies. But once I start doing the army showcase videos, it'll be a whole lot easier for you to just kind of go, okay. Because there you're going to see obviously all of them together, and that should make things a lot easier. So again, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Sarge posted. Nope, I'm going to back away, not quite so light there. My hand's even further away from the metal ferrule of that brush. And yet, do you see my hand shaking? Right, do you see that? No, the screen is not frozen. That is just how nice and steady your hand can be when you do not have the death grip on the brush. Also, blending brush time. Up there. Just helps to take the edge out. So see, we got a little bit of the yellows in there, some of the greens. Now we got to do that on this side here. Boy, Velfair, I was as I was doing the primer on this. This is the kind of He almost has like a turtle face here, doesn't he, Valfred? Look at this. Doesn't that face in some ways remind you of like a snapping turtle or something? And I thought, boy, if I could just get this sort of combination of a little bit of the teal and a little bit of the, just a little bit of that Mars yellow deep. Now the either the Dwimmerlick or the Undying, that's going to be very much kind of almost like Nurgly. So that's going to be a really interesting one. Well, for that should be pretty different. So that's going to have some really wild skin tones on it. Now that's got much more of the fast matte white in there. There's also too much thinner, so I'm going to try and break that down a little. So, okay, I'm glad I wasn't imagining things there, Valfra, but I was just kind of looking at this going, I don't know, that kind of reminds me of a snapping turtle of all things. Right, and a little more of our lighter stuff. That's obviously a little bit difficult to get to in there. You know what, I might as well just hit those chompers right now too. Either that or snake. I just realized as I saw the fangs there, then I started to think snake. Blending brush again. To the rescue. Let me see if I could sneak this. Yeah, there we go. I literally just am holding the brush by 2 fingers there. I say, okay, we're good there. And I'm just going to sneak it under here. And we're going to see what we can do there to get some paint on that. A little more of that up here. Work that brush out of there. Now let's get to this side. Over here. Hopefully, again, not too much thinner on there. All right. Nah, fine. I can just set my finger on his finger, which is pretty funny. All right, Velfira. Actually, well, Velfira here. Let's do a quickie film noir on this. Now that we've got some more shading, it should be interesting. Always kind of wild to see, right, Velfira? Sometimes, I don't know, sometimes the earlier stages are more fascinating with the film noir than the later stages. So let's see what we got here. It might not show up as much because now we've got more of the darker value. Yeah, well, it still does. But now he looks glowy too, doesn't he? And look at how muted his colors are compared to that. So thanks again, Valfira. I'll see you on the next stream. Well, I'll just shoot you a message tomorrow. So thanks for being here as always. Ooh, there's a little chomper down in there too. Film noir never gets old, does it, Valfira? It never really does because it just reveals so much. Now, I think on the tongue there's usually I go more of a purpley type color, but I think I'll just stick with the Perline Crimson because this has almost a little hint of some violet in it. We'll do that and we'll just maybe even use the ice blue as our lighter color for that. So yeah, let's do something in here. Perline Crimson. Swing this around. Since we already have a bunch of lighter color on the brush, it's just kind of mixing with the Perline Crimson. And remember, we did do a Perline Crimson glaze on there. I hit it again. Now again, we're going to use the ice blue. So, that's a little too late. No problem, because we already have, again, a lot of the Perline Crimson already on there. Now, what I might also do is something like this. Don't want to do the red there. I was thinking, yeah, we don't want to do. No, we're not going to do glowing green. Let's take this. Let's take some of the Indian yellow here, and there we go. That's a little bit of our Terra Rosa. And we will tint that more towards a warmer color, and then I'll use the Hansa yellow, so to have more of a like a lemon yellow ultimately there. Going back to the, yeah, got the Payne's gray work in there. Thinner. Let me just actually pop this on here so that it has a chance to, there we go, break down a bit. Maybe we want to see what this is going to look like. Now that's okay. Let's try that. That's going to be very much a bluish gray. Is it going to be too light? No, it won't be too light. I do need to get some thinner out of that brush, though. Boy, oh boy, these scales are sculpted so differently here. These are 3D printed from Medusa Project. Next one that we'll be doing on Thursday will be from Navarrete Studios. And I actually have 2 more of these Medusa Project ones printed out. Don't know where they are. Blues, how you doing? Nice to see you there, Blues Minis. Happy Tuesday. Blues was so fortunate that all these different fantastic sculptors have taken it upon themselves to do something that, well, another company never bothered to do. All they ever did was the generic Wraith on Fellbeast and the Witch King. I mean, it's nice, right? Again, these are the, there it is, right there. But that's all there is. There's just that one. And it's so nifty to actually have all these different ones, all the named guys on Fellbeast. Because most people, well, they only ever use the Witch King or maybe the Shadow Lord on Fellbeast. Of course, again, we love Kamul on his Fellbeast. Once again, pan nowhere near that feral. Yeah, Blues Minis, the fact that they put these in the setting and they make them very playable too. That was what we were discussing here. The whole idea of this is that it's very, kind of narrow around the base, so much easier to play with. Even this one here, Again, this is from Medusa Project, so it's Kamul, the Easterling there. You can see it's still a whole lot easier to, deal with something like that one. Thanks, Blues. Appreciate that. Actually, Blues Minis I have, and it's by Navarrete Studios. Kamul, the Easterling on foot, and then Kamul on a horse. Because you can never have too much Kamul. Kamul is best Wraith. So Blues Minis, again, if there's something that you've been working on really hard, you want to share in the chat or whatever, you got a Insta link, Discord link, whatever. So this is right now using some of the Radiant Turquoise, mixing that with the little bit of the, again, there's some violet in here, but it really is mostly the Payne's Gray. And look at that. That is nowhere near as shiny, so we'll be able to do the eyes. I'm essentially trying to do the things here where you can see I'm stepping my finger on the hand and these kind of things. Kind of trying to work in from the inside out here. So I'm kind of doing the face here and the Knight of Umbar up there. And like I said, we'll switch back around to all the rest of the stuff. And the last thing we'll probably do is the water effect on the bottom, right here on the base. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So Armored Wolf, actually, did you see my message from earlier today? Yeah, I don't know, since I just figured that everything from Battlezone was still very much the aftermath, right? Trying to get things going again that had nothing to do with Ursa. That's fantastic, Blues. Again, you want to post something there? Please go ahead. Also, too, I was on the phone with Kathy's mom till about 9:30 something, and I just kind of rushed and said, "Okay, we got to get started here." So sorry about that, Armored Wolf. I just thought, yeah, there's probably a whole bunch of stuff there. So yeah, maybe it never got sent. Let's try doing more of this here. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I just figured that everything that was... actually, how did it go? I'm sure it was a big success. I know it's so much work. It is a ton of work. Alright, let's get back up here. And let's start doing some more of our finalizing here with some of our light. Come on. Never did do the underside of the sword. Okay, that helps. Ooh, this better be a whole lot lighter right along here. Maybe a little bit lighter down there. And then what is going on in here? Can we somehow... That is mighty thin in there. Ooh, this whole area... we gotta get some more darks back down in there too. hit the side of this, and then back up here with much more light. Where is our... Oh, okay. So it is this pile right here. Hey there, Mr. Stark. Nice to see you again. So, Mr. Stark, I hope that your Monday was a good one. So, yeah, Mr. Stark, another day, another race. Stream number 3, race number 3. As Spooktober continues. You know what? Oh, that does reach out to here. Okay. I did not think the light really went over there, but it actually does. Thanks, Mr. Stark. Again, we're doing different color rates. This was our Saturday stream right here. He's got himself some Rohan tasty goodies right there. Some nice little vittles for him to snack on. And Mr. Stark, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Let me lighten this up a little here. And, ooh, what's with this? Now, I'm guessing that it was all-nighters every single day at Ursa. I figured that for sure Saturday had to be. Hopefully the painting contest went off well. Wow, we never did get our light on the fingers there, so let's do that. Hey there, Sectorix, how you doing? So Sectorix, what you say? Needs are as needs must. So I basically unscrewed this. I glued this disc here, and then hot glued him to the disc there. Because yeah, there was. As you can see, this is somewhat tall. And if I had done the standard configuration, that's about what you would see. Is that so? Well, we had to make a little adjustment there. So I appreciate the extra bits and such. Mr. Stark. Oh, what are those called? Because I think I have those. Actually, Mr. Stark, I've been trying to print out the spider web ones. Yeah, I've been trying to print out the spider web trees. Basically, I think what I'll have to do is do the, what would you say, the tree, like the regular tree portions on the larger stuff on the FDM, and then do the smaller branches and all that kind of stuff. That's all gonna have to be done on the regular resin printer. I'm also printing out something of theirs that looks an awful lot like Ammon Sewell. No problem, Sectorix. I just thought, well, let's just glue that one in place there and see if it holds. Actually, Sectorix, I think I have one of those. There's something attached to it. I think that's what it is. I think I had one of those, and there's something attached to it. So I had to improvise. That's the word we're looking for. Yep, necessity. Well, we also like to say desperation is the mother of invention. So yeah, I also have, I think it's the eagle's nest or something. Obviously, we want to use that for an area. Oh, and I also printed out some more of their pirate theme bases for our Corsairs of Umbar. And again, sorry that I miswrote the title here. This it should really be the Knight of Umbar and not the Dark Marshal. I have the Dark Marshal. That's actually printing right now. Well, thank you so much, Blues. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, Blues Minis. I'm gonna try and get me some more of the really dark stuff going on in here, like right there. Again, I'm kind of doing all this now so that I can just kind of be sticking my fingers on this and not have to really worry about going back into stuff. Where's that blending brush? Here it is. Oh, also 1 hour and 46 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. We should bring that up there. So yeah, Sector X, I think I've got the maximum number of pennies loaded into that where you still can't hear the pennies bouncing around in there. But yeah, there's a hefty amount of pennies in there, also sand. And the sand, of course, well, I mean, it does give a little extra weight, but it's really there to keep the pennies from making a ton of noise. Bouncing around inside there. And of course, Sectrix, if you want to share the Battlecraft Supplies Etsy page there. That'd be fantastic. So again, we gotta try and get some of the lightest reflected or projected light on the Knight of Umbar here. Let's do a little something over there. As we welcome in AD Creations. AD, how you doing? Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, I hope that the stream went well. I think you were painting more Tyranids, right? AD on stream. And of course, AD, you want to post any of the Tyranids, the kitty, the turtle. I know that turtle was super fun to do, and it looks really, really fantastic. So again, any links you want to share, that'd be fantastic. Sectorix, well, it's a good thing that they are accepting pennies, right? Because otherwise, that would be some expensive, that'd be some pricey ballast. Yeah, that would be very expensive ballast there. So here we are doing this again. Is the Knight of Umbar here, and we're doing a little different glow. So here we've got basically the teal glow. Our last stream on Saturday, we were doing this, very much a reddish glow. For our Harad army, we did the Betrayer, and that one's got nice little kind of a purplish glow. Now again, since the base here is flat and didn't have the angle, I thought, well, let's just glue that on there. It was not much to grip onto. Now these are 3D printed from Medusa Project. Here's another one from Medusa Project. The other ones were from Navarrete Studios. This one is Kamul the Easterling on Fred the Fell Beast. No problem there, AD. Doing a spider for Halloween. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. Yeah, AD, the golf stuff was very tempting right there. Absolutely love golf. I think I don't know if you've heard my golf story. The one and only time I ever got to play golf in my whole life. Yeah, it was on that 3-hole public golf course, and all I knew is that, well, if you use something like a 1 iron or 2 iron, it's going to go a long way, much more so than, say, I don't know, an 8 iron or a 9 iron. And this hole was a very short hole, but there was a water, there was a big pond in between it, and I thought, okay, I need a club here that's going to get me over the pond. Not really realizing it was only about 120 yards. And let's just put it this way, it was the one time I hit that ball totally square, and it went over the pond, over the hole, over the fence, over the road on the other side of the fence, and probably another 30 yards into a farm field or something like that. And of course, the guy that I was playing with, his name was Angus, and he started swearing all kinds of things in Scottish because to him golf was beyond religion, and that was pretty much sacrilege what I just did. Well, sorry you got toasted by the sun there, AD. I was hoping that the recovery from that is a quick one. So again, I might, well, when I refresh my medicine there, we'll probably get rid of some of that because I won't be sticking my hand out here quite so often. Let's see if we can give him some eyes right here. There's one. There's the other one. Bingo. You know what? I'm going to roll with some of this here. That is our Pearline Crimson. So yeah, AD, it's a different shade with every fell beast. I'm trying to think, what would well, the next one, it could be very much a weird nurgly green. Yeah, probably have, well, I'll have a green thumb. Yeah, fine, we'll put a little bit more of that up here, and then we'll stop. Okay, a little extra touch of our color, and then now back over here. Where's my Prussian blue and phthalo green? Now to get, we're at about the 2 hour mark here. That's all it's been, 2 hours so far. So see you later there, 80. Again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give 80 Creations a follow. These are being painted with traditional oil paints here. And again, 1 hour 53 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. It happens quick. Like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. What else is happening there? Okay, we'll do that. Gonna go back to my, and this is probably one of the most expensive of all the race we painted because we're using cobalt teal bluish here, and we've also been using the Pearline Crimson. So that makes him a very pricey ring wraith. You know, I'm gonna get me more of the teal up there. Also, right there. Hey there, Valendar, how you doing? Everybody, please give Valendor the red a follow. So, Valendor, I know you were talking about potentially getting back into streaming again. So, hopefully that works out. And of course, you want to post any sculpting. I know some of it you can't show or discuss there. But if there's anything that you got that you can, please go ahead and do that. I'm going to come back with my darker stuff here. Let me try this. Right in there. Maybe a little bit of shady stuff there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking there, Valendar, that you got a whole bunch of stuff and it's got to remain super, super secret. Let me get my some of that dark down in there. Also over here. Wonder what that is all the way up on top there. That's just some random red or whatever. Push that teal down this way a little further. Now we're going to hit, I think, the armor some more with our really light stuff. Yeah, I think we did Game Hall Con twice. So say hello to the Get Out the Lead folks in the paint and take area. That would be Paul and Christine. So say hello for me. I have no idea. I'm sure it's at the same facility, and I'm guessing they're probably still set up in the same place, which is just like right out in the hall. It's funny that convention is usually it's much later in the season. I think when we were going there, it was in November. So there were a few times it was in the 20s or so when we were out there for Game Hall. So yeah, that's again the Get Out the Lead folks. They do a paint and take thing. So if you see a whole bunch of miniatures, that'll be them. Let me try to get this right here. More of it down there, and a little more touch of our light down here as well. No miniature contest, just a paint and take area, at least as far as I know. Now again, it's been years since we obviously, I think 2019 is the last time I was there, so things might have changed since then, but I doubt it. And it's basically just a bunch of tables set up in the, again, kind of, it's at a sort of a convention center type of thing, next to a small basketball, so a small indoor, some kind of stadium. I think it's, well, really as much for hockey, I think, as basketball, most likely. Being Frozen 4 and all. And so I wonder, is that this weekend? Again, it's, well, now we're looking at, what, 5 years since I was last there, so memory is not going to be my friend. back off to just the turquoise here. Let's see how this works. Yeah, a little bit of the turquoise there, maybe a little something on there. Fine, a little more light down there. Oh, that's more armor over there. Okay, well, let's try the later stuff first and see how that works. Come on, there we go. I knew there was something missing down there. Yeah, I need to get, actually on the saddle we need to get something here. I'll just try the cobalt teal bluish right there. That might just do it. A little more leaking over onto that side. Malander, I've been trying to figure out if we will ever be seeing Drax streaming again. I know there was a schedule change too with his work, and that's a big part of it. I mean, it can't still be 90 degrees there every day, so that can't have anything to do with it. I just haven't had a chance to shoot him a message just to see how he was doing. I'm gonna go back to my dark stuff again. So that's the Prussian blue. A little bit of the phthalo greens in there as well. Alright, we'll separate some of those little gaps in there. So yeah, this one is from Medusa Project. The other ones that we've done, those were from Navarrete Studios. I'm going to try going with the lighter stuff right here, and let me just break that down some more with some thinner. Back to it over here. Trying to catch some bits of the armor there. I know that there was a change in the work schedule to where he couldn't be doing the late night streams anymore. I'm glad that you were able to get some painting done there, Valendar. Fine, let me get a little touch of light on the armor right there. And once we get this situated up here, then we can start moving around to other parts of the Fell Beast. The last thing we'll probably be doing is the water stuff down here, for obvious reasons. Mostly because I'm going to have to be gripping it like this sometimes. And then, of course, we'll be painting the wings. This will probably be the last wing that we do. We'll do this one first, because, again, setting my hand on that wing there. Essentially, at this point, any paint that is on there that's going to come off has pretty much already come off. And if you got paint on your fingers or whatever, you say, I don't want that on there. Just a few seconds with some warm dish soap, warm water, dish soap, boom. All be gone. No problem. You know, I should probably get this stuff down in here too, because I'm still going to have to set my hand on that. So let's work our way down in here also. Some of our metal there. back to my darker asphaltum right here. Oh yeah, that's right. The radiant green. We've been using that. That worked really well up here. I was thinking about grabbing a little bit of that lemon yellow color. But I'm gonna stick with this here. See what this does. And then we'll take our blending brush to this. Get the Medusa Project Felbies sculpted very differently than the Navaret Studios versions. The definitely much more rough texture on the Medusa Project versions. The Navaret Studios definitely a much more subtle texture. I mean, that's no problem. It's not like one is good or bad or whatever. Well, Valendar, as long as you had a lot of fun doing it, that's what really matters. I mean, ultimately, if the miniature painting is not fun, well, then what is the point of doing it, right? I want it to be as fun as possible. You know, I'm just going to do a little bit of a trim here on this thing. Let's see, let me move this out of harm's way, and we'll just snip this off of there. But it has to be interesting to paint your own sculpts, right, Valendar? I don't get a chance to do that very often because, well, we only sculpt the old-fashioned way. So there's not well, we get one shot at it. Once it's painted, that's it. Now, at some point, there will be some kind of really true, genuine, and affordable scanner, 3D scanners, so that could potentially scan. I know that there's scanners out there, and they're getting better and better. Ooh, take my blending brush to that, knock some of that down. Hey there, Plankwalker. Great to see you again. Happy Tuesday. So Plankwalker, more of our more of our Fell Beast goodness here. Another ring wraith. This one, I got listed as the Dark Marsh. He's actually the Knight of Umbar. And as we mentioned earlier during this stream, one must always respect the Umbar. So Plankwalker, I hope that your Monday was fantastic. Hopefully your Tuesday is off to a decent start. Hard to believe that it's already Tuesday. That's a wee bit scary. And that it's already the 8th. Here I'm thinking it's more like the 3rd or the 4th or something. And now I did send Boomnitz the images that Recoil had found or made with the AI and stuff of the Sauron as Gummy Bear. So hopefully Boomnitz will be able to get at least that one in time. So we'll have we have Gollum and Galadriel already. I mean, at least if he can do the Sauron figure, or she can do the Sauron figure. And I think, well, those, we'll just paint those in the lead up to Kathy's birthday stream. I'm going to try and get me a little bit more of that lighter stuff there onto the turquoise. I went, oh, you know what? That can pick up some more light on that side. Right over here. So this is the first, well, actually, we're going to be doing a second Night of Umbar. That will be the Navarrete Studios version. That one's actually printing right now. Also the Shadow Lord. I might do, depending on the shape of it, I might do the Shadow Lord as a tutorial video for the Patreon page. And again, the Patreon page, you do the Army Painter pledge level. That is going to, that's going to get you basically 2,000 hours. Thank you so much. Oh, there's Recoil. There's Recoil right there. Hey, Recoil. Nice to see you again. Everyone, please give Recoil13 a follow. And of course, Recoil, if you want to share what you've been doing with the Orc Buggies and such, and the Rangers in the chat there, please go ahead. And everybody, please give Recoil13 a follow. So great to see you again there, Recoil. Happy Tuesday. So Recoil, yeah, the second batch of cookies has been baked. And I got some more stuff for the frosting. I realized that I needed to get half and half. I also got a backup container of the vanilla extract. Or no, the rum extract, that's right. I just got me a new vanilla extract. So we will be doing, again, the decorating portion of the cookies. It's pretty straightforward here. It's not like the Christmas stuff. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Recoil just shared. And everybody please give Recoil a follow. Follows are, of course, free. Whoa, Recoil, that sounds good. Hopefully it wasn't too much of a hassle. Believe it or not, that might be something I actually tried doing over the winter time myself. And then, well, then I would have them for summertime, I guess. If I do them now. So again, everybody please check out that link that that Recoil just shared. And then give Recoil13 a follow. So Recoil, I wasn't sure if you were going to be streaming on, well, on your Tuesday there. So cut them a little bit thicker and a little bit less of the drying. Yeah, Recoil, I think this second batch of the dough that I made also, I think it did come out better. I used a different mixer. I tried a few different things. Obviously, again, having never actually been the person that did the dough part before, it was a little bit of a mystery exactly how I was supposed to do that. It's one thing to see the instructions, it's a whole other thing to actually be working with the mixer and going, okay, this is an incredibly thick stuff and way thicker than I thought. And the mixer is smoking. Maybe we need to try to help out the mixer and do a little bit of pre-mixing by hand. Because I would have thought that the molasses type stuff would have been the thing that would be super, super thick. But then I realized just how thick that butter can be. Yes, this is a cuisine channel after all. That's why we discuss all things culinary here. Now, well, thanks for taking the plunge there, Recoil. I appreciate you doing that and, well, learning those hard lessons. I mean, but once you learn them, they're learned, and then you're good to go. I mean, we learned a whole bunch of hard lessons with 3D printing, with the oils, with our basing stuff. Well, I hope that you get a chance to do that, Rico. And of course, I hope everything is all fantastic with Squeak and with Mom. And of course, say hello to Mom. Of course, if she's listening, she can hear me say hello, Mom. So maybe scratch that request right there. All right, let's keep rolling with this here. Yeah, now we're starting to get some glow working out here on the Philbies. I can start to expand out from him a little. There's still more stuff I want to do in there. But boy, oh boy, there is heavy duty texture on the Fell Beast's skin on all of these Medusa Project Fell Beasts here. It's her birthday. Holy smoke! Well, geez, Recoil. I'll have to send a birthday wish to Mom there. Gee whiz, sorry about that. I should have remembered. And we shall then have, if we don't have something right there, we can do this though. We can have a birthday hype train for Mom. Here it is. The hype train coming in from Mom. There it is. Oh, look at that. Look at it. Just coming right at you. There it goes. There goes the birthday hype train for Mom. So happy birthday, Mom. And everybody else wish Mom a happy birthday with many happy returns. I think, didn't we have, who did we have we had a birthday hype train for Horns fan. That's right. So happy birthday, Mom. Of course, Squeak probably figures that the birthday cake is meant for Squeak because, well, that's how that would go. Thanks, Mr. Stark. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So Surface Tension, if you want to share your link in the chat there to all your fabulous oil painted miniatures, and hopefully, oh, how did the game go? Geez, that's right. I meant to ask how that game went. I think you did say how that was. But everybody, please check out that link that Surface Tension's gonna share, and there's some really incredible oil painted miniatures in there. And Surface Tension, actually, how have the Aegean elves been going? Hopefully that project is charging along too. Maybe we can hit a little bit more of the teal there, or as we like to call this, teal kata, because it's oxide of cobalt. That's fantastic. Actually, that's I like the sound of that Surface Tension because I think I think Highland Miniatures has a pretty good set of scarab swarms, don't they? Because I don't think I've seen the OPR scarab swarms. Let me try and catch a little more of that light over here. So everybody, please check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Get some fabulous oil painted miniatures. I'm going to try and get me a little bit more of that lighter stuff there. Also up there. Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah, I've got a. I was thinking of just actually printing those out as a unit filler. Yeah, well, not a unit filler, but for the bases for the sneaky snakes because they're so small, right? And they don't really take up as much of that 100 by 50 millimeter base as they're really supposed to. Let me go back to my darker stuff again here. Nope, that is all frayed up. We're gonna try and there we are. Let me try to separate these once again. That's kind of the interference effect there, right? Surface tension. That's really cool, and of course, well, the double benefit is that you can see him in person, right? And you can really get to see that effect. Does it necessarily show up on camera? But boy, it sure does show up in person. And that's the frustrating thing about it, is you know it's there. And again, if you can see it in person, you can really see all those nifty effects. But unfortunately, it's very hard to photograph. I'm going to hit that with some more of our just our dark here. Might even darken that down a little bit more. I'm just using some Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of the Payne's Gray in there too. And again, that is the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, so therefore more of a bluish color. And again, let's see, 2 hours 22 minutes ago. How much paint did this have on it? It had none whatsoever. So nothing done on the Philby's face, nothing done with our source lighting or anything like that here. I do think in a couple of minutes here, I'm just going to run off and just get some restock on my medicine, as we like to call it. So everybody please check out that Mastodon link there with the fabulous scarabs. And then, of course, please give Surface Tension a follow on the Instas there. Surface Tension has all kinds of really fantastic armies painted. I still actually Surface Tension when you're going to be adding any more to the Cornish hens there. I just remember speaking of dragon, well, Philby's here, but you were trying to find the right pieces and parts there to be able to do a nifty dragon for the vampire counts there. Now we'll try. Don't want to go too light with that because it's going to rival what we did on the other side with the source lighting. So we just have to be aware of that. A little lighter there. Yeah, I think I can do some of that right over here. Where's my turquoise and some of this? Yeah, just gonna roll with some of that Payne's Gray. That's the Williamsburg Payne's Gray. So therefore it's got a nice little bit of a bluish tone to it. Blending brush again. What it does is it just kind of takes the edge off of it a little bit. this a little bit maybe. Also over here. Blending brush into that. Got a lot of texture on the skin. I'm going to try and bring out some of that over here. It's get much craggier with the skin texture on the figures here from Medusa Project. Let's get some of that up here too. Let's see. Ooh, now are they just Tomb Kings with spears or whatever, or is it archers? Because I know the one list that I guess could sort of be semi-competitive with the Tomb Kings was Tomb Queen Kalita with a whole bunch of archers, as in like 200 archers. Since it didn't matter if you had monsters or Shopti or just a dude with a bow, they were pretty much had the same ability to fight. So you might as well just shoot the darn bows, and then have like a lich priest or whatever in every unit of, I don't know, blocks of 40 archers or something like that. And they would just keep shooting, and they would just keep resurrecting as many of the archers as they could. Blending brush again here. Yeah, resurface tension, that was, well, the two biggest disappointment, well, the three, everything was a disappointment, but the fact that the Ushapti were terrible, the chariots were, well, in, was it 7th edition or 8th edition, whatever, the dwarves could outrun Tomb King chariots. Yes, dwarves were faster than Tomb King chariots. Make sense of that. And sadly, we have to trust them to redo Middle Earth strategy battle game. The same folks that made Tomb King chariots slower than dwarves. We'll see if they can get MESBG right, having been done right the entire time. By all means, let's scrap that and do it again. Let me take my blending brush to it here. A little more there. You can just taking the edge off of those, that's all. Yeah, surface tension. That was that was of Candice chariots. I was just so shocked that, wait a minute, they actually act like chariots? And we're gonna roll this in here. Get more of that craggy texture. Might actually mix a little bit of the radiant green into that and see what happens here. Up on the shoulder there. Do a little something on this up there and something in there. Still had hoped to maybe do some kind of little markings or something on this guy. And remember, towards the end, we're going to get down to the water here later. We just want to do all these other things first, because I still have to stick my hand on like these parts over here, so that's why we're not messing with those right now. So yeah, that is a whole lot different than the Ushopti GW archers, which hit on nothing and did no damage, and then just died because stuff would just charge him and kill him. Whether they were the great bows or the great weapon versions. Throw a couple of man. Let me hit these up here. That I think I can also start to get something. Yeah, right there on this membrane here. Okay. Throw some of that down here now. Not gonna be working over there because I just got to keep sticking my fingers on that anyways. So that is not gonna get any of the teal or turquoise, so I feel good about just using this as a little mini dry brush here. Yeah, surface scent, you would think that's how it should really go, right? Now, I don't know how, if initiative-wise, if they're as challenged in OPR as they were in Fantasy. Fine, I'll use this as a blending brush here. Again, the later we make this, right, the darker that is going to seem. So we have to be very careful about this. This again is more the ambient light. We're also going to be reflecting against some of the water down there. So you don't even have to worry about the whole lack of initiative there. That's fantastic. There's surface tension. Lighten this up a little bit over here too. Touch more up there. I can always do another round of our pinline wash glazy stuff too. Nothing that says I can't do that. Let's roll in with more of our lighter. Get the Payne's Gray from Williamsburg, which is very much a bluish color. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, this time last night, I didn't even have the green stuff on here. I don't think I even started working on the green stuff until probably about 5 something o'clock in the morning. Again, not going to do any more stuff there. Again, this is one area I have not been setting my fingers. Yeah, I think, well, now we're about the 2.5 hour mark. I think what I'm going to do is, again, just refresh my medicine there, and I shall return. So nobody go anywhere, because we want to get to all the rest of the stuff we need to do on our fell beast here. So he'll be all done. Let's see. Holy smoke! Wow, that's pretty incredible there. Surface tension. Wow. All right, I'm looking for my Rohan I'll be back screen. That's around here somewheres. Where are you at? There you are. We have returned. Yeah, Mr. Stark, the those supports can be very tiresome, that's for sure. Now again, you can see it took a few seconds just with some soapy water there, and all of a sudden, all that stuff goes away. I'm gonna actually, I'm gonna actually go a little darker over here. Yeah, we need a little more transition between these two areas. So let's do that here. That maybe should also be a little bit more towards the dark. I'm just using the same color everywhere here because it's all just going to blend together. There we go. Yep, that's what we needed. We need a little bit of dark in there. I wonder... Nah, I am, I think, on the underside of this sword. Gonna try and do a little more of our cobalt teal down there. Use this to blend that out a little bit there. That works. I think I can maybe go a little bit later on. You know what? I'm going to use the green. Minus that big old blob of paint on the end of the brush. Also going to get that fuzz off of there. And we'll lighten this up too. That sounds very good there, Mr. Stark. And of course, surface tension. Yeah, that is a good sight better than they were in fantasy as far as, well, shooting or whatever goes. No doubt about it. We need to do a little something there. I'm actually gonna. Oh, let's do this. Let's take this. That's our Van Dyke brown there. For some of this stuff on the cloak where we need some kind of mid-tone at least. But not a bluish color because of all the teal, right, that we have on the other side there. Now let me maybe use, was this one, where the heck is that one brush anyways? There it is. That's the one I'm looking for. Little teensy filbert to try and do some, again, yeah, a little bit of our Van Dyke brown, and that's some of the, as we like to call it, radiant indigo, but that's the ice blue. Let me, do I want to mix that with the, no, I don't think we're going to go over to the asphaltum. I think we'll just keep this mix going here. There's even a little crab over here, believe it or not. That was not something I was expecting to see. I'm just trying to get some lighter stuff in here on this big old stone, whatever it is. Just a little something on there, not too much, because if that's lighter. Oh, by the way, we do have to get some of our lighter stuff on this here with our, maybe we'll try this brush here. So yeah, that's an ice blue from Richardson. Mr. Stark, much like all of the Richardson colors, it's got quite a bit of the linseed oil in there. We could use a little bit less of it, but you know. And there was the other colors that I've used, and that is, we did them in a couple of the color theory and oils vids as potential alternatives to the radiant colors. Surface tension, I think that's what he's scared of, right? He saw that crab and he's trying to run away from that crab there. I have a feeling that's what's causing him so much consternation here, is that he's absolutely terrified of that little crab down there. So it was like an elephant and a mouse or something. Yeah, so clearly he is terrified of that little crab there, and that's why he's desperately trying to get away. I'm thinking I'm gonna put a little bit of the teal out here. Looking at the way that's coming down. Like this. Also over here. Like so. Touch more on that maybe. Well, like Boromir said, they have a cave crab. Let me throw this in here. A little more of the light down there, and then might go slightly lighter over here on this wall. Let me see how this works. But that's not going to be too light. Okay, and again, we're 2 hours 46 minutes in. As always, when we started this, there was nothing on here but primer. That's it. And our other two Wraiths, I think those were on average about 5-ish hours, maybe even a little bit less each. So I don't know what exactly which ring Wraith it'll be next. Will be either the Shadow Lord, whatever. But there's a bunch more still have to prep. Let me hit it here. Get more of that light right along the edge of the wing here. So for whatever reason with the Medusa Project ones, maybe because they're trying to have the wings be a little maybe more gaming friendly, they're kind of squished down, and it tends to be a little bit difficult to deal with. There's a lot of green stuff that has to be done, we'll put it that way, on the Medusa Project ones. Alright, let me get the rest of that lighter greenish whatever on these scales in here, because this is another area that I know I'm not going to, well, I think you can't really see too much of it, so we won't spend a whole lot of time fooling around with an area that you can't necessarily, maybe if I do it this way you can. Like so. Hey there, Denethor, how you doing? Great to see you, Denethor. And of course, Denethor, if you want to share any of your Discord link stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. So I'll have to remember after the stream there to change this from the Dark Marshal to the Knight of Umbar, because that's actually who it is. And try and lighten up the edge of the wing here a little more, but not necessarily just as a dry brushy thing. I do have this that I can use as a blending brush. Surface tension, it's really amazing what they can do. Well, and of course the larger brushes, and of course not getting bogged down in any one area. I see that all too often is that folks, they'll get bogged down into one area for potentially hours at a time. Next thing you know, they realize, wait a minute, what happened to my whole paint session there? And well, something like this doesn't hurt either, right? I mean, How long is this taking here? We're talking about seconds. And not the yummy kind of seconds from a nice barbecue or something like that seconds. Everybody please check out that Discord link that Surface Tension just shared. Same thing there, Night Whisper. You want to share a link in the chat, please go ahead. Great to see you again there, Night Whisper. So Night Whisper, have you had a chance to be doing some streaming lately? And of course, everybody please give Night Whisper a follow also. I'm thinking second breakfast. Well, it's kind of funny, Mr. Stark. It seems like my first breakfast happens to be somewhere, I don't know, right before the stream. And then second breakfast is after the stream, I don't know, between 4 and 5 in the morning, which is really weird. Not exactly ideal. Okay, I'm just taking this paint and just kind of smushing that in there. Ah, that's fantastic. So everybody please give Night Whisper a follow if you could. And of course, again, Night Whisper, you want to share anything in the chat. Stuff that you're working on streams. Night Whisper has a bunch of oil painted miniatures as well. So Night Whisper, hopefully the oils are, well, still working out. Still working out as and having lots of success like you were with the oils. So everybody please check out that link that Denethor shared. Just like Mr. Stark and Surface Tension did. Now I'm going to try and get me a little bit of this into this. Now that's got a little bit of our Mars yellow deep in there. And then we'll just do this to take some of the edge off here. Maybe that's too much of the turquoise. Let me get some of that green in here. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Night Whisper just posted, and please give Night Whisper a follow. So Night Whisper, great to see you. Sorry that the streams have been starting so late. And I might start thinking about getting some of the lighter stuff in the water down over here. Well, first, I need to start doing something on his foot over here. We have not a whole lot of anything on there, except mostly our darker glazy stuff. Blending brush again, where you at? And that darker glaze stuff, that is still available for blending here. Hit some of that, and that turquoise stuff going on here. Let's see. So working on, really the pumpkin, but oh yeah, that one's a really nice one there. So if you want to see some fabulous object source lighting, please check out that link that Night Whisper just shared. And then follow Night Whisper so that you can get more painting goodness there on live on stream. So yeah, we got ourselves a crab right over there. I got to get sticking it going with some of the same stuff we put over here, because if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to be doing down there. Hey there, Legend Dan. How you? Nice to see you, Legend Dan. Thank you so much for joining. Night Whisper, we actually have that out on the pallet. It's sitting, oh, it's kind of buried over there now. But yeah, where's it? It can be a little bit funky, right? The blue and the violet are always a little bit weird. And of course, now this one is from Medusa Project, just like Fred and Kamul here. But you can see quite the difference here from our Saturday Fail Beast. Now this is the ones from Navarrete Studio, so you can see very much of a different texture right on the wings and such. Very different sculpting idea, and of course, definitely a very different source lighting color. And then where is our? Here we go. This is the Betrayer. This is for our Harad army. Again, a different color of source lighting on there. So that's fantastic. That's fantastic, Night Whisper. And I'm sure that those will be really, really nice. I'm going to try and lighten this up even more over here. And of course, well, we will be doing, there will be a Witch King for sure. I think each one, Medusa Project and Navarrete both did a Witch King. So, well, obviously we're saving the orangey glow for that. Now, let me take this burgundy color here. And we'll just chuck this on Mr. Crab, who again clearly is terrorizing and terrifying our poor little fell beast here. So yeah, Mr. Stark, it'll either be the Undying or the Shadow Lord with the. Actually, well, they probably both will. I was looking for the Scions of Flame that we did here, where each one had a different object source lighting, but I just can't. Oh, there they are. Yeah, there we go. So you see, we got the teal source lighting, and then we've got the green. And so what we'll try and do is one that's kind of a warm-ish green. So yeah, we've got all the different object source lighting colors there. That's what we're going to try and do here. So that was some stuff we did on stream a while back. So Chris the Cave Crab, he's just minding his own business down here. He says, "What, man? I'm just a crab. I'm just hanging out." He wanted to just go see what all the glowy stuff was all about. Next thing you know, the fell beast gets all riled up about it. Thanks, Night Whisper. Appreciate that. As I was looking at the, where's the? I think are they in the same place right over? Oh, the Shadow Stalkers. We painted up these on stream as well. I want to do an army painting scheme in that particular color there with the ice bases and everything. Yeah, this is the crab's kind of nibbling away at the toes here, freaking out our fell beast. Let me try here again a little bit more of some of this light on the crab down there. We'll grab this guy. We'll grab some of our teal here. And now let's start to get something in our waves here. Let's get a little something going there. Not going to take much. Again, that is our cobalt teal bluish here. Reflect some of that up in here. Thank you so much, Armor Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We will be filming another video tomorrow and another one on Wednesday. Well, today is already tomorrow. When you sign up, do the $15 thing on the Patreon page. That will get you basically 2,000 hours worth of tutorial videos. That'll keep you busy for a little while, especially while I make about 20 hours of new videos every month. Good luck binge watching all of that. That will be a challenge. Back to the... No, actually, let me get all of the stuffs out of the brush here. I want to get some of that green, or some of the little bit of Mars Yellow Deep sitting in there. Gonna make sure all that's gone. Yeah, Mr. Stark, there's almost no way to calculate exactly how much there is, except just to say there's a lot of it. Let me get back into my Prussian blue here. There we are. Now that's working. Let's get to some of our lighter stuff in here. And then we're just going to let all that blend with what we just put on here. So we put all that paint out there to create kind of a nice area of wet paint for things to blend into and mix into. Thanks, Mr. Stark. Well, you can't beat the silly Marillion. It's the greatest story ever told. It's the true version of Lord of the Rings, the silly Marillion. More of our light here on these waves. Again, how long did it take to mess around with this here? I don't think it took all that long. Actually, get a little bit more of that lighter whatever in there. That's for sure surface tension. That was some brutal stuff right there. Alright, now this is almost straight up white. Maybe we'll get some of that paint off of that brush. There we go. And on the crests of our waves here, we'll try and lighten that up. Like so. I'm going to take this. Thanks, Night Whisperer. Appreciate that. I'm just really glad that... Well, I was hoping that so many different experiments, right? We're just constantly doing something new and different. Well, even the way we prime these things now, right? Initially, it was just always the pre-glaze, and then we kind of reversed it and sort of stood that on its head. That's I'm glad that was helpful, and of course, Night Whisper, if you have any pictures and stuff of your multi-light source there, and we still have more of those to do. I think we did 20 of them. We need to probably do at least another 20 before we really have ourselves a solid, true army there. Now this is a little bit of the green in it. And that is going to go into here. Some way. Oh yeah, we do have one of them here. Is it really all that different than what we did on our 1/1800 scale ships? Oh yeah, the Conquest Valkyries. It's funny, Night Whisperer had to really hit those with the Army Painter anti-shine because that Severus blue, and this is the first time we really ever used it for an army painting thing. Yeah, that Severus blue does have a lot of shininess to it. So yeah, I had to get in there and do some serious work with the Army Painter anti-shine. Hit some more of this here now. What are we doing here? Hope it's not getting all too light. Let me try a little more of the lighter green. If we need to, we'll come back with some of our Prussian blue or whatever. And I'm going to try to use this, some of the radiant green here. So everybody check out that Discord link that Night Whisper posted. So Night Whisper, I don't know when your next stream might be, but if you want to let folks know if you... And sometimes the schedule can vary, right? If you want to let folks know when the next stream might be, that's fine. Yeah, that is... oh, I think I have some here. That's these, right, Night Whisper? I think so. Maybe, well, let me see. Well, that's going to definitely be even a little bit later there. Maybe that's not so bad. I might still come back and with, well, the blending brush here, first of all. Hit this. More of that over here. Blending brush. Yeah, let me see if I can get that Prussian blue. Oh, and phthalo green. That's it. Hey there, Crocodile. Okay, so it'll be a little bit of a pause there for Night Whisper till the next stream. But everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow and also Crocodile. So Crocodile, were you able to make some more progress on the Tyranids there? And of course, Crocodile, you want to share any of that in the chat? Please go ahead. So normal schedule for Night Whisper Sunday and Monday. That would be 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So again, please give Night Whisper a follow. See, just like that. So thank you so much, Panamarev. I appreciate that. Okay, so again, I get on a horse once in a while. I catch a bunch of flack from the horse. Yeah, that's weird. And then, okay, me and the bird, right? Not sure why he gets mad, but I've only like ridden on him a couple times. It's like, dude, you do realize we don't like this very much. It's like, well, the guy on the back of you says you're gonna get shot really faster, so you won't really realize he's back there. He's like, wait, what? Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Let me see what's gonna happen. We actually had a big Gandalf 6 tonight. Whoa, look at that. That's two of them. Two of those in one night. So everything is going very well for Gandalf rolling that dice. Look at that. Man.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Zenthres. I appreciate that. Yeah. Shadowfax, not the friendliest horse in the world. It's like, well, they call me a murder chicken. Do you taste good in barbecue sauce? What's barbecue sauce? Ooh, it's not gonna end well for him. Thank you so much. Can we get a third Gandalf 6 in one night? Thank you so much, Zenthras. I appreciate that. Oh my gosh. Sure enough, look at that. That is the third Gandalf 6 in a row. Holy smokes. I mean, we've literally been waiting weeks for a Gandalf 6, and here we pile up three of them in one stream. Look at that. So thank you so much for the follows. Appreciate that. And of course, Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses. Ah, that's just the trick. So again, that's the phthalo green and some of the Prussian blue. Because we don't just need the dark there, we need the color of it, and it's very much again like what we were doing here on our 1/1800 scale ships. That same kind of that turquoise that we needed, also that kind of almost a translucent feel to it. Now we're going to take our blending brush to that, and away we go here. Oh yeah, that was the, what would you say, surface tension, one of the most unfortunate anachronisms ever. I forget what the an actual anachronism was, but then I spelled it out. I'm like, wait a minute, that says meat, and that's it's like, yeah, I'm not so sure that that's so good for the critters there. I think that was the Middle Earth animal teamsters or something like that. I forget exactly what it was. Let me get a little bit of this. Where are we at here with our green? Yeah, that's very laborious right there. That is extremely difficult. The nifty thing is, that's not really a dry brush. Why? Because there's actually still wet paint there that we can mix in. The animal transport unit, that union, that's it. I remember the meat part. That's so yep, the Middle Earth Animal Transport Union. That's meat, and that's again a somewhat unfortunate anachronism there, but that's what it is. So Legend Dan, we do all kinds of stuff. We do. Oh, here we go. We've done tons and tons of Shatterpoint stuff. Actually, more of it's on the way. I think I've probably painted almost 80% of the entire Shatterpoint line at this point. There's also, well, we did, actually last year, we did a whole bunch of orcs for Orktober. And, well, we do AOS type stuff, right? Like Prinkles over here. And, well, we've been doing a whole bunch of Tomb Kings and Bretonians, so a lot of old world stuff. Where's the, oh, here we go. And, oh, and here's some of our Slava Ukraine Marines, and then of course our Howling Banshees there, and then those 1/1800 scale ships, and then of course 28mm scale ships. And let's see, well, here's some more of our buildings that we've painted. And let's see, oh, here's our remember all the Mandos that we did? Those were pretty wild. And then of course terrain. I love to build terrain and paint the terrain. And of course, oh, here's our we've been doing some conquest stuff here, and Armada stuff. It's why we still do our Armada Mondays. So lots of different things there. Oh, thanks, Legend Dan.
Hello,
Appreciate that.
little hobbits. Spark my
And thank
guns.
you so much for that follow. Dude, how many of there are you? It's like, I don't know. There's just, what do you mean? How many of their army? Oh, spoiler alert, you're gonna die. It's like, why does everybody tell me that? Now, we couldn't conceivably get a fourth one of these in a row, could we? It's possible. It is possible. Ooh, very close. Very close. It actually was kind of sitting almost like this. That was very close. That would have been actually, I think 3 is a record already. Yeah, Mr. Stark Prinkles makes an appearance. I know, Crocodile, you were saying there's a lot of stuff to paint, right? Oh, here's hoping that you're able to get all that stuff done. I know that it can, after a while, just kind of get a little bit repetitive. But again, everybody please give Crocodile a follow. Again, Crocodile, if you want to share any images of stuff that you've been working on stream, please go ahead. Yeah, Crocodile, well, I still haven't had a chance to shoot Drax a message to see if things, if his schedule at work maybe is going to change again, or whatever, so they can hopefully start joining us in the late night hours again. As it ain't not quite the same without Drax there. Just a little bit of a glazy thing right there. Yeah, hopefully you get, well, speaking of work schedules there, hopefully your work schedule also kind of moderates enough to give you a chance to get back into all the Tyranid goodness. Let's hit some more of our, yeah. Oh, we also do bolt action stuff. Gee whiz, completely spaced on that. Also Song of Ice and Fire. Yes, eventually I will get some, let's see, where's our, where are they at? Here, those riders. Starfall Outriders, that's it. Yes, we will get back to the Song of Ice and Fire stuff too. Not to worry. That's got some of the radiant green in it. Sure, let me get a little bit more of that light down here. A little more of it on the wing here. Just yeah, starting to match kind of what we did over there. Hey there, Waffle Stomp. Nice to see you again. Welcome back. I hope that your Tuesday morning has been good. So Waffle Stomp. I think you saw the first fell beast that we were painting, and that was our one for Far Harad, or no, regular Harad there. That was this one with our violet glow to match again our Harad army. Then we did our Saturday stream was this guy right here. So he's got himself a little horsey, and oh, and look at that, some Rohan casualties that we added. And again, that's a little different glow color than our turquoise here. Yeah, that's so there's no shortage, of possible projects, right, Crocodile? Get more of my lighter green in there. Now, what are we going to do on this? We're going to hit some of our there's some of our burnt umber. Probably have to just throw some more weight out on the palette there. So yeah, so that's 146 here. Just so used to everybody always being 6 to 13 hours ahead of me. It always seems like it's the next day for everybody else. So great to see you again, Waffle Stomp. We'll be doing another Wraith on Fellbeast on Thursday, another one on Friday. I'm not sure which ones it'll be. It'll be just kind of depend on which ones are all printed up and which ones have all the basing stuff done on them. Let's not lighten this up too much here because we want the wings to be a little bit lighter there. Mostly trying to change the color temperature of this to make it more of a neutral slash warm, whereas everything else all has the cool stuff. I think we can finally now start to get a little something something on this part of our Philbies too. Again, to maybe reflect what's going on with all the waves down here. Yep, I think we can start doing that. Now that's fantastic, Waffle Stomp. Sometimes getting stuff magnetized is not always easy. I think this one here I might actually, wow, this is hollow. I'm going to see if I can maybe get a couple of rare earth magnets stuck into where the hollowed out area is. Got a couple of powerful ones that we will be using for our Song of Ice and Fire Cav and such. Need to lighten up you a little bit more here. So again, these are 3D printed from Medusa Project. Earlier we were showing the Kamul, the Easterling, that's also from Medusa Project. And again, it's sculpted very differently than, say, the Navarrete Studios. The texture on the scales is very much different. The other thing for sure is that with these, you've got to do a whole lot of green stuff with them, as opposed to, again, the ones from Navarrete Studio, where basically all I need to do is just take a teensy bit of the liquid green stuff, pop that on there, and then do a little bit of sanding, and that's pretty much all it took. But with these, little more complexity as far as the prep work goes. Try and catch a little bit more of the light here. Again, kind of reflecting all the light from the water, like what we have over there. And that really changed everything around, didn't it? Again, here we're just with the oils, I can just take the blending brush to it, no problem. Lighten this up even more here. Again, the blending brush. I think I might have to throw some more of the fast matte weight out here. Thanks, Waffle Stomp. Appreciate that. It will certainly be interesting to see all 9 of the Wraith. Well, technically, it's going to be more than 9 because next Monday we are doing the Navarrete Studios version of the Night of Umbar. Kind of a little bit of a substitute for our Armada Mondays. There's that blending brush again. Just hit you like that. Hashtag no layers, right? Hashtag no layers. Let me see where we at here. So 3 hours and 24 minutes ago, this was nothing but primer. There was no paint on this at all. The other Fell Beast, Nazgul combos there, those were about in that 5-ish hour range to paint. Again, start to finish. Once again, I'll let the oils that's there, right? That is still wet there. That is going to mix with what we've got here. We can inspire even more mixing there with, well, the blending brush. I think we've got, where's that other one? This brush here. Yeah, Mr. Stark. Oh, is it? Yeah, the old plop and push, right? Plop that paint on there, grab another brush, pushed it around. This is the way. Let me hit the. Yeah, let's get some more light on these on the knuckles here. Touch more light down there. I'm gonna get some more in my fast matte white out here because I really want to hit those waves. So there you go, fast matte white. Hey, Bitron. Nice to see you there, Bitron. So Bitron, this is well, Felbeast number 3 as far as our latest batch. I think this will be Felbeast number 5 overall. Yeah, because we've got the. Wow, look at how much. That's going to be very much later. That's good. That's going to go down here on our water effects. So it's definitely been very chaotic, very busy, Bithron. So much filming that still has to be done. We'll be filming tomorrow. We'll be filming Wednesday, even into Thursday. And here, let's get a little bit more of this here. All right, so yeah, that's starting to pick up there. More of this over here. Obviously doing tons of printing. I've got actually, is it from Asgard Rising, printing out, essentially it looks like Amon Sewell. So it looks like Weathertop. And I basically, I had to enlarge it, I think I made it about 35% bigger, which is weird. You haven't make something bigger for Lord of the Rings. But for whatever reason, yeah, that was kind of on the small-ish side. So I made it larger. It was almost more like Amon Sewell for hobbits. But now that is, again, I'm printing out a second batch of that. And the printing goes ever on. They finally unleashed the rest of the Candish release. So we've been printing out that. The Kings. So I got some chariots for the Kings now that are very distinctive. Whereas the chariots that we've been doing, they kind of look all the same. Which is weird because we got 3 different color schemes. So enjoy the that special Welsh wet and Welsh gray there, surface tension. And surface tension, if you want to share your link one more time before you head out the door there with the hound, please go ahead and do that. So thanks for being here. As always, surface tension. It's a special kind of gray and it's a special kind of wet. It's kind of like the special kind of gray and wet that you have here. Also snow. Some extra light there. So thanks, Bitron. Appreciate that. Actually, a little crab right there that he seems to be very, very afraid of. He's not happy that there's a crab standing there. Oh, I'm going to use this as a blending brush here. So everybody, please check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Maybe that was a little lighter than we wanted. Oh, look at that. It's like an eraser. Bam, it's gone. And that's it. Hit these guys a little lighter there. So yeah, that last little bit, see if that lightest light there on the water really is doing it. But we did have to go back with some of that darker Prussian blue phthalo green mix. Good enough, good enough. Alright. How about that chomper over there? Maybe even a little more light at the end of his tongue. We're just going to start strolling around here with some of this really light color here and just catch a few areas. What are we at? So we're 3.5 hours in. And now we're kind of we're a little bit freed up from some of the areas we had to worry about running into. Again with the blending brush here. I'm gonna go back to that is our bluish gray. That is the Payne's gray. Yeah, we got pretty much the dark is pretty well established in there. Now over here, we can't have just the very dark gray in there. That's some of the stuff that we did with our little bit of a glaze. Now I'm gonna be careful about making this part of the wing too light. Okay, I'm just gonna try to erase that away there. Too much of the thinner. So we're gonna erase that too. A little less thinner now. So thanks for posting there's the Instagram links, and if you want to see well, we got pictures of the latest Instagram post was that our fell beast from Harad with the violet glow on it, so you can check out what those images look like. That's typically where the finished stuff from streams winds up. Also some of the finished stuff from our tutorial series from the Patreon page. Hit this a little lighter here too. Blending brush, where you at? There you are. So see you later there, Night Whisper. Thanks for being here as always. Everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. So great to see you again. Now what is it here? It's 2 o'clock here. You know what? That somehow we got some of our swipe of this lighter stuff across there. We'll just hit it like that, and oh, look at that. It's all gone. No problem. Let's see if that's gonna be too light here. I don't think so. Nope. Get the edge of this. Yep, that's the end of the wing right over here. So mid-throat, hopefully slowly but surely you're starting to get a little bit, maybe a little more into the hobby mindset there. I don't know, it might be if you had a chance to play a game against somebody or something like that, that might also sort of kick it into gear too. Because then you would get some ideas, something to say, I'd like to expand on this army or whatever. Yeah, the landing brush there. I mean, look at this. I mean, does it get any easier than that? Literally just slapping the paint on there. I might darken it down this way though. Change up the color on that a little. Yeah, but just hoping that something eventually at some point just sort of catches your interest. Never really did anything with this right here. We're gonna get that too. That also could use a little something lighter right in here. Oh, that's right, there's little barnacles out here. Forgot about that. Now some of that is, it's going to have some of our later green on there. I might even, who knows, we could even throw some of our flock out here. In some areas on the rock here. Yeah, that's got a little bit more of the phthalo green in it. Oh yeah, that's right. Here's some more of the barnacles or whatever. Nope, not with the blue there. Not with the blue. Hit the edges on these a bit more. Blending brush again all the way back in there. Now up here we've been, yeah, this whole, I'm gonna lighten up that wing a bit. I think we've been using this little combo right here. So, see, that's got more almost of a violet look to it compared to all the greenish stuff that we did. Yeah, my hand is on that brush, nowhere near that metal ferrule, right? Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. You know what, I'm actually gonna step back to this one here, yeah. Yeah, that is gonna be a little better. Again, the texture on this is very, very, it's weird, it goes from super heavy to super minute. And that's kind of more what we've got here as far as the texture goes. More that lighter, almost violet type color here. Alright, and we'll drop all this in here. There's a little bit too much thinner in that maybe. See what happens with this. It's almost like a miniature little filbert brush there. Just gonna scrape that along here. And remember, there is actual paint on here that it is mixing with. And now that we've got that on there, we can start to maybe pick out some more individual little scales here and such. So gonna try and get some more resolution here on the knuckles here. And there we are. Okay. Get some more of my light out here. Bit more there. And we'll hit this wing, the membrane here. You know what? I get a little bit light on top of that. Let's just do some there. That's got some of the. That's not the ice blue. That is the radiant turquoise mixed into it. You know what? Let me take the blending brush to this. I'm just trying to take some of the edges off of those scales that we just painted on there. Trying to avoid going too light on this stuff. We can always go back in with some darker glazes, right? We could take our some of that the Payne's gray. We could mix that. We could mix it with the phthalo green. That'd be a nice little combination too. Do some darker glazes in there. Ooh, that might be a little too light. The fingers there, yeah, that would have been too light.
Hello,
Try to do some light on the ends of the knuckles here. Again, that's our sort of a greenish type of a color. Thank you so much, Ramar. I appreciate that. Oh, this is one Gandalf we have not seen tonight. That sounds like that kind of sounds like Sauron. It's like, dude, I'm a fell beast. That might be a little bit of a hint right there. Thank you so much. Appreciate that raid, Miko. Everybody, please give Micho a follow. Of course, we also have to, we have to roll our Gandalf 6. We've actually had 3 of these. We almost had 2 other 6s. Well, okay, that's a nice middle of the road there. Again, we've had 3 of these so far. So thank you so much, Micho. Appreciate that. We are painting. Here, let me zoom out a little bit so you can see a little bit more of the fell beast. There you go. So a very aquatic themed fell beast right here. So this is the right here. This is not the Dark Marshal. This is actually the Knight of Umbar, and he's gonna go with our Corsair army right here. So we got the Corsairs. We've also been painting Corsair ships on stream. Those are 28mm scale. So let me show a very glad happy we're able to get another one of our Wraiths going. 3 hours and 45 minutes ago, this had no paint on it, no object source lighting, no water, no fell beast. This is 3D printed from Medusa Project. Here's another one that we painted up on stream. That is Kamul. That is Best Wraith there on his Fell Beast. Our stream on Saturday involved this Fell Beast right here. A little bit of a horsey and some casualties added. Now this one is from Navarrete Studio. Friday we did this one for our Harad army. This is also Navarrete Studios. So again, these are about 5-hour streams-ish, somewhere in that range. And again, these are all painted with oil paint start to finish. Now somewhere's, oh, here we go. We also, this is from Navarrete Studios. That is the Necromancer, also painted with the oil paints. Hey there, Arathu, nice to see ya. Yeah, Mr. Stark, well, what do we always say, right? You mix green, you mix violet, you are going to get yourself a fantastic gray, a really neat looking gray. So great to see you there, Arathu. So yeah, Arathu, it was brief. It was just a few minutes. I was able to hang out in the stream there, because then I had to get stuff ready for the. Actually, I was talking to Kathy's family there. So great to see you again there, Arathu. Thanks, Micho. And of course, Micho, if you wanted to want to share anything that you've been working on in the chat there, I know you just finished your stream, so you'd have to really skedaddle off to that photo booth. But you got something with the Discord, Insta links to work in progresses or whatever. Please go ahead and share those. So Rathu, hopefully work is I don't think it's really calming down necessarily, but hopefully you're able to do other stuff too. So yeah, this is all painted with regular oil paints right out of the tube. And like I said, 3 hours 47 minutes ago, there was no paint on this whatsoever. It was a paint-free object. And again, one of the last things we're really working heavy on was the water over here. You know what? We could probably use a little more reflected light on the bottom of this here. There we go. Again, there's all of this is wet paint right here, but by this time tomorrow it'll be mostly dry, if not completely dry. Since we're not really piling on a bunch of paint, it does not take so long to dry. Well, good night there, Arid. Have yourself a good one. And of course, Arid, if you want to post your Pinterest link one more time before you head off to sleep there, please go ahead. Everyone, please give Erica a follow if you can. Spin this around so we can get to it here and get some more of our light on the scales there. Actually, Arathu, I could swear that I saw the Pyro Club and Slade both going live at around the same time. I think I did see V in the chat very briefly there too at one point. So everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Iridicam Wife just shared. And then again, please give Iridicam Wife a follow if you could. I'm going to lighten this all up here. So Micha, thank you so much for everything. Appreciate that. And again, thanks for the follows too. Now we're, looks like we're 42 away. 42 away from 9K. Alright, this is another portion here where we can get some of our lighter stuff there. Oh, thanks, Michu. Appreciate that. He's like, oh, come on, are you gonna bug me again here? Dude, we're kind of busy. I'm trying to fish here. He's like, do you eat fish raw? He's like, is there any other way? He's like, huh, what is it with you and Gollum and the raw fish? That does draw up another one of our Gandalf rolls here. Everybody, please check out that Discord link. Uh-oh. Well, you keep fooling around, right? Eventually, you're going to get the one. Everybody, please check out that Discord link that Micho just posted. So I wonder, well, Arath, I guess it might have been one of those things where he went live and also then the Pyro Club thing went with it. I could see that. I could see a little bit of an accidente there. So, and everybody, please check out that Discord link, and then please give Micho a follow. And again, thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. So we'll be painting another Fell Beast on our stream on Thursday, and then another Fell Beast on our stream on Friday. Either that, I also have there's some wargs that I have. I might it depends. I think Saturday might be the day for some wargs or trolls or both. Could be both of them. And that'll be for our Angmar army. Throw in our blending brush there a little bit right there. And so everybody please be just like Mr. Stark and check out that link. Alright, this is the area we're going to go back to our kind of almost more of a purplish type color by comparison with all the green that we've added. We still have well, actually some of our that was some of the ochre that we threw out there. Now I'm gonna say that turquoise glow not gonna reach all the way over there to the knuckles. We need to separate this a little bit more, and I think I'm gonna go maybe extra light on the stone there, which might also, yeah, separate the wing from that a little bit more. Touch more of our light in there. So the brands that we're using, we have got, well, we call it the big three, although it's becoming more the big four. So Richardson, Williamsburg, and Windsor, or no, the Richardson is the fourth brand. Here's our big three: Gamlin, Windsor Newton, Williamsburg. These two, when it comes to price and quality, they're basically the same. Good solid stuff. This is going to set you back more though. When it says handmade, it really is legit. Now this is the fourth one I just accidentally talked about here, Richardson. When it comes to price and quality, that's more in line with Windsor Newton, Gamlin, that sort of thing. Back to this here. Maybe not that much thinner. Again, look where my hand is on that brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule, right? Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Let's see if we can move this over here. More of these little scales. So a couple of differences between, say, the files from Neverett Studios and these from Medusa Project. The wings are both done very differently from each other. I mean, really really different type of wings that a lot of heavy texture, and these wings tend to be very much folded up, whereas as you could see with the Navarrete Studios, those wings are more unfurled. Gameplay wise, these tend to be a little bit easier, right? Because it's very compact, and you can see you could have a whole bunch of guys around this base with, well, really no issue. The Navarrete Studios ones, you can see that the wings are more outstretched. So that could be a little more interesting for trying to play with. But the Navarrete Studios ones, they have far less cleanup to do with them. Whereas the Medusa Project ones, you got some work ahead of you. Ah, that's fantastic, Micho. I'm really glad that was possible. And well, we got the YouTube channel that has a whole bunch of tutorials on it. So hopefully those maybe could also be helpful. Oh, and hopefully you're able to get to Adepticon again. I know it's at a different venue now. Well, in a different city now. But here's hoping that you'll be able to get to that. And we can do some more hanging out and some painting. But great to see you. Of course, late nights at Fort Wapple, that's a thing. Not just on stream, but it also happens at Adepticon. I'm going to continue to, yeah, here, let me get a little lighter on some of these scales here. Now that's fantastic, Micho. It's going to definitely be epically larger, that's for sure. As the new venue is, it's 4 times, I believe, the size of the one that we've been at. And there should be tons and tons of miniature painting classes as well for people to take at the upcoming Adepticon. And again, I'm really glad that if anything, any little whatevers can be helpful and make painting a little bit easier or lead to more discoveries. Because it's always fun to see things progress, and I just still think of all the basing stuff that we didn't know anything about when we first started painting miniatures. And that was really one of the first things that was a big deal for us, was finding all these different ways to do really interesting bases. And then, well, it just kind of stuck. It was all about the basing then. And we went from not even knowing what static grass was to carving and sculpting bases. Gonna get maybe a little bit of the source light stuff on there. Now, of course, Mr. Stark, what was not available then that is available now are all these spectacular 3D printable basing bits. I can only imagine. Well, I guess in some ways it's better that those were not around back in the day, because we might not have learned what we learned. Sometimes learning things kind of the hard way first is better before you end up then getting all of the nice fun tools. Here, let me get some of the Mars black in there. And we got these little things right here we're gonna hit. Maybe reinforce a few darks in here. Yeah, it's a. We definitely had to MacGyver a lot of things. I mean, it was nice when they started to have the the resin basing bits, but I mean, you would run out of those in no time flat. Being able to print up basically infinite amounts is very, very helpful. Let me get the lighter stuff on here. Or that's sorry, a little bit of the that's not burnt umber. That is the Van Dyke Brown. Now we gotta do something over here with these. That one too. Something up here. I want to take away too much of that highlight up there. Thanks so much, Armor Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. As I mentioned before, we will be filming the next episode in our vast collection of tutorial videos on the Patreon page. You do that army painter thing, you got yourself 50. Let's see, no, it's 2,000 hours. 2,000 hours of videos to watch, and there's 20 new hours every month that's being created. Yeah, Mr. Stark, well, like all our little skelly friends that we like to put on the bases here, I used to have to take, was it the vampire counts skeletons and essentially basically assemble half of a skeleton miniature on the base. And now they're all just sit them on there, or like the casualties. Right, we have a whole bunch of casualties that we can just throw on a base like that. Well, not to mention all the branches and everything else. And then, well, of course, all the foliage. Or things like this, right? The hoodoo rocks. That certainly creates a very interesting environment for that figure on the base there. Or, well, like our Tomb Kings here. Right? That does set a very strong theme. Pretty obvious there, right? And well, in here too, something pretty simple. That's bulletin board cork, and those are the supports from printing, right? That kind of looks like rebar and concrete, so we can't get much more basic than something like that. Or here, right, our bases with the icicles hanging off of them. Let me see. Oh, and we also have well, one of our Medigaladriels here with the birch trees. So that creates a very, it's totally playable, but a very different environment. Here's some other, like our Moria army, right? That really here sets a theme. Our Dunlending, same thing, right? Rohan in flames, and well, our Corsairs, we got a whole bunch of piratey stuff on the bases there, and let me see. Oh, here's our conquest figures, right, with all of the very fun foliage. Where's my? I'm looking for my. Oh, well, there we go. Speaking of foliage, you got palm trees and sand, and of course our Nazgul there with their bases. And where's my? We're almost there. Medbury dwarves, same type of basing right there with the texture rollers and such. So it is a fantastic way to create a great theme for your army. I'm gonna try this here. We got the asphaltum. We're really gonna go super glazy with that. Ah, there we are. Just looking to tint those rocks just slightly different, especially up here away from the water. But again, with all the different basing bits that are out there now, it really does make it easy to create whatever theme. What our Skaven army, that's the new one of the new Patreon series where we did the sewer bases. Okay, there we go. That's got a little bit of the brown in there. Where's our other? Oh, here's another example. Okay, some 3D printed sharp crystals there. It, it really does add to our Elder Howling Banshees. Again, with the asphaltum in here. Let's get that out on the. Yep, a little more of that over here. So now we just looks like we just crossed the 4-hour portion of the stream here, and we've now we're really getting down into some of those smaller details. We start out with the bigger stuff first, right? And what do we start with immediately? The object source lighting. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. That will be very handy. Thank you so much. Everybody could please give Recoil 13 a follow. And well, of course, Recoil Recoil loves basing too. And if you want to, hey Recoil, why don't you share your links again, so that way people can see some of the basing stuff that you did on your Rangers and the buggies and such. So much appreciated there, Recoil. I think we don't necessarily have to worry about shortages on resin. At least not for the time being. I don't think so. But there's yeah, there's some. Oh, is that the Nerixon file? That's it. Yes, the Nerixon files. Got to get some more of those. Printed out the big, the cowboy lady with all the leather and stuff, the hat and everything. So that's gonna make for a good tutorial video there. Hey there, Thranuel. Nice to see ya. Happy Tuesday there, Thranuel. At least it's not super early for you. Let me hit that too. Yeah, oh yeah, let's really get that with the asphaltum right in here. And maybe, oh yeah, this is another thing we could do is a little bit of streaking right there. Yeah. That's good. This side too here. Let's get a little bit of that over there. That, see, that'll contrast a little bit with what we've got going on with his foot. Teensy bit of it up there. You know, actually, let me get some of our Perling Crimson. Put some of that on this crab that's clearly terrifying our fell beast right there. Absolutely scaring the heck out of him there. stop with that. Up here, similar thing. Get with the asphaltum here. Not even sure you can see that too much. I hit some of that over. A little more of the asphaltum. Not on the wing though. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that on the wings. So a little bit more of that over here. So yeah, that's definitely making a nice little difference right there. So great to see you there, Terrano. And everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Recoil just shared. And then please give Recoil a follow if you could. Let me see. Here we go. Gonna catch a little more of that in here. That is all of our source lighting over there. Not gonna mess with that. Oh, that's fantastic, Mr. Stark. If you want to share that in the chat, please go ahead. That'd be fantastic. What do we have here? Let's a little bit more with that reddish brown, and that does really help to separate that the wing some more. Let me get yeah, some more of our texture on this. Let's do that now. Everybody, please check out that link there that Mr. Stark just shared. Some of the that's the radiant turquoise. Gotta be careful though over here. This stuff gets too light. It's really going to be too close to what we got going on over here. I might throw a little bit more of the dark in there too. So we might do like a Prussian blue, phthalo, or the Prussian blue, maybe perline black. That's that really dark green. Where's my blending brush here? Let's see if we can. Okay, there. Yeah, that's too light. This, right, not really gonna look like source lighting. It's gonna look more like object source shading. I don't want that. Don't want that. Might try. Yeah, let me try get this a little later down here on this stuff. I don't know about the on the back there. We'll leave that alone. Oh, this is another area here. Not quite so light, but yeah, we have not much going on over here. Well, I mean, we're still only 4 or 14 minutes in, so I think we can get back into that. We have plenty of time. That's the nice thing about this whole deal with the oil paints, right? And this obviously lets you work faster. You can get to a certain point, right, with and then you can refine as much as you want. Let's say this is for a contest or whatever, and you want to work another 15, 20 hours on it. Okay, well, at least in the first 5 hours, you were able to establish all of the basic kind of stuff. We could let this dry, and then we could work on it some more. Mr. Stark, I'm thinking there's a couple of what am I thinking? Well, I guess even some weapons or something like that, like a weapon that sort of absorbs light instead of is exuding light. I guess something like that. Okay, yeah, it's a little too late. It's a little too late. We're gonna back off of that. Let's get some of this here. More light on this part of the wing over here too. Yeah, these little scales here, we'll try and get these a little lighter. This is one area I can stick my finger right over there. We had to do a little modification to our battlecraft supplies holders here. What's going on with that? Yep, these need to be a little lighter. And then I'll see if I go one step later on these. Is that too much? Or do we need to go the opposite? I think I already have tons of dark there because this color that is really dark actually looks super light on here. So that tells me that I don't really know if I can go all that much darker. I wanted to make the membrane a little lighter here too. Let's maybe go a little further with the radiant turquoise. We had to make that membrane a little lighter. I'm really glad that the experiment with the apple chips worked out. Uh, I'm sure again there's even here there's going to be a lot of learning circumstances going on. And it makes sense that you would want to cut them or slice them a little bit thinner, for sure. Well, it's a little bit like what I was learning with the cookie dough. Not so much about the dough itself, but more about the mixer. And of course, Rico, I think I was telling this to Kathy's mom that I kept forgetting to, shall we say, take the butter out of the refrigerator and get that up to room temperature. So, out of desperation to try and get that warmed up a little bit, I actually stuck it in a baggie and just stuck it in my pocket. Because you know how it is with a microwave, it's either going to do nothing to it or it's going to just turn it into butter juice and nothing in between. I'm going to try and get me a little bit more light on the wrist. Let me try and just go with the ice blue. Let me do some of that here. So yeah, Mr. Stark, I'm not quite sure how that would work, but I mean, as far as visually goes, but to paint it, it would be no different than this, right? We would establish that first, and it would be mostly just dry brushed on. Do I have one of the? Actually, is this what I'm look? This is what I'm looking for. And it might almost be more like these guys here, right? With the interior glow, where we did the dry brush stuff of the dark over the top of it. So Rathu has volunteered to be the official cookie taster. Rathu, it's actually been 4 years since believe it or not, since we did those cookies that we did on the cookie decorating stream. And that was long enough. And again, I never actually did the dough part myself. I was always mixing up all the frosting and everything, and mostly just cleaning stuff so that we could keep cranking out batches and batches. So, yeah, that was a little bit of an introduction into okay, this is how this nutmeg log recipe is really supposed to work. The instructions can say one thing, but also too, then there's the oven, which every oven is different, right? Recoil. What might be pleasantly baked in one oven is incinerated in another. Let me back away from that. What is... we'll keep going with this stuff here. Let's make this elbow now a little lighter. Whatever's going on with the shoulder there, maybe we'll try and get a little more light there too. Yeah, that was a pretty wild time for sure. So the I was telling Kathy's mom about the how you introduced us to the air fryer thing, and that has changed Cuisinart here in Wampelville forever. It has expanded the opportunities for all kinds of fun culinary things. I can only imagine what might have maybe gone somewhat awry there. Perhaps a little bit of a mishap leading to the new stovetop there. Now, of course, I'm starting to wonder now. Could you do the cookies in the? Well, actually, what I have to do is find some pizza crusts and stuff, and try to do some pizzas for myself in the air fryer. That's what I gotta do. I have not had a chance to explore that possibility. So little, essentially individual pizzas or whatever. Rathu, the air fryer is fantastic because it cooks things really fast. Like I just chucked the whole, I mean, it was a small chicken, but I chucked that thing in there, maybe 45 minutes. Not only was it done, but to clean it is literally just, okay, I chucked some soapy water in there, and while it was still warm, let that soak. Next thing you know, it was mostly clean already. Just dump that stuff out, do the last little bit of the cleaning, and you are done, and that's it. That's the extent of the cleaning there. Oh, actually, Rathu, the air fryer can do some. It can make the things much tastier than the microwave can. Like well, pizzas, right? Yeah, Rico, I was telling Kathy's mom that yours is kind of the. It's a much higher grade edition here. We just have the super basic. Well, it's not super basic, but it's relatively basic. But yours is definitely the pro version. Of course, this can still do the dehydration of stuff. I think even Kathy's sister has been pondering getting one herself because well, she keeps hearing me raving and ranting and raving about it, right? Over and over again. here. Let me get a little bit of the more light on that membrane there, and I'm starting to use the that ice blue from Richardson a little more here because that's a bit of a warmer bluish gray, more more neutral. Whereas down here we have all the teal colors here. Let me see something here. On the edge of it, okay, fine. We'll get that knuckle a little bit more up there. So this too. Back to my blending brush there. I don't know. I think I'm going to also take that. Blending brush again. There we go. What is happening? Is that the only... It's the only real talon that I see there. Actually, these we're going to also make those shift towards the green. Yeah, well, recoil, I think it's been probably a big money saver because of all the stuff that you can make and the fact that you can make something pretty elaborate but in not much time. And you end up making nicer food for yourself. That's what I was telling them, recoil, is that I end up making food that's way nicer for myself than otherwise you might say, that's just kind of too much of a hassle. Right? And that to me, that's one of the nifty things about it. Again, look at what my hand is on this brush. One nice thing about doing these really big guys like this is that you get to see this whole idea of caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Right? Because there's no way if I'm holding it like this, well, I'm about 1.5 inches short of the miniature. And typically, miniatures do get painted faster when the brush actually touches the figure. Go figure, right? Who would have thought? Surprise, surprise. Brush touches the figure, it gets painted a whole lot faster. Now here we got some more of those barnacles and corals and such. I've got the floral green here, mixing it with our white. See if we can do some of this here. So Thranduil, I'm filming that so that it won't be till tomorrow or the next day or whenever we can get stuff rendered and uploaded. Because trying to figure out the color test figure for that is a little bit difficult. I think I'm actually, like I said, I'm going to do probably one of the rat ogres and then one of the regular small rats. Now, the other thing I did was, oh yeah, that's right, I was doing the AI stuff, and I found some interesting references there. So that was another fun thing. I was able to find some good references. Blending. Let me use this one here. So trying to get some warmer tones here on the rock, not just darker, right, but some warmer tones that are going to contrast with those greens there. the. So I think we're all caught up there. No, we'll leave that alone. We'll leave that be. I will try to get a little bit of the warmer brown up in here. And just throw a little something lighter down in here. Again, all the wings for the Medusa Project stuff tend to be like this, where they're more compact, kind of tucked together like that. It does make it a little bit easier to transport, that's for sure. Alright, let's throw a little bit of that out here. That's probably just going to be our, whatchamacallit, our blackest black, the Stuart Simple stuff. There's that blending brush again. So yes, this can be a little bit lighter. Now it's not all just dark. Well, yet we're still going to get some contrast here because we have basically green versus this kind of a yellowish, grayish color. Oh, yep, this too. And it's a whole big area that's just flat with nothing going on. And of course, that color is right over here too, so it's not like it's just some alien color coming out of nowhere. Now back into here. I might throw a little more on my. Ooh, wait a minute. First, tone that down, and now let's try and go even a little bit lighter, perhaps. I'll just take the fast matte white and break some of that down here. And you want a little bit of the radiant green in there as well. See what we got here. Good thing we got our hand nowhere near the ferrule of that brush, because I gotta somehow get over the wing to reach this. So yeah, Mr. Stark, it used to be, well, at the Academy, it was referred to as an orphan color. Basically, this a color that was nowhere else on the entire image, and that was always a no-no, because it would be so visual jarring, and also in nature, that's just not going to happen. I mean, maybe it can't if you're in a room with a bunch of Christmas lights or something, and you know one part of the room might only. Now, even then, still pretty much going to have little bits of that same color scattered everywhere. Trying to get a little bit more of the lighter tan on these bits. Where's my blending brush again to knock that down a little? Maybe that's a little too light on the knuckles there. I don't know. Maybe we'll just roll with that. I will see if I can get some lighter stuff down here on the leg. I still think it was about an hour and a half or so that I had to spend with the green stuff, trying to sculpt over all the gaps and everything. Yeah, the pieces, there was some post-production or post-printing work to be done on this thing, that's for sure. Catching a little more of a light along the edge of the foot there. I think we don't want to make those too much later. This down here, well, let me see how much lighter I can go, and if not, we'll have to just go a little darker in the recesses. I'm gonna mix this. I guess with our, it's actually mixing that with our teal. I can go. I can get to lighter stuff here. Yes, I can. All right, that's good. Catch some more of our light up here. Right along that edge too. All right, here's some more there. Yeah, that works. That works. I might try the same stuff right here. Where it's closest to our water and such. Again, maybe throwing out some reflected light. Well, and that's why you don't really have the orphan colors, right? Because this is reflecting on here. The ambient light affects everything. So yeah, that's why you don't end up with just some weird little stray color that just kind of comes out of nowhere. I think these, well, spines or whatever those are, I think I can finally get the last little bit of lighter stuff on them too, maybe. Blending brush to rework that. Blending brush again. Smaller blending brush. Ah, that's better. Oh, up here, I'm gonna go back to my. Let's not make that too. Let's make that too light up there. We got our source lighting on the other side of it. Almost. No, that's gonna block that light, so we don't have to worry about that coming through. No, that is too light there. Well, I mean, here, let's do a couple film noirs here. So there's still enough light there to make it look, but here's that big difference, right? Look at these more dingy colors here, nowhere near as intense as those. I might even hit this with a little bit of either some lighter stuff. No, let's go darker. When in doubt, we will go darker. We're taking our Perline black. That's that super dark green, and then, well, what would be indigo? Oh, indigo green. That's what we always would call this. Get a little bit of the Prussian blue into that. Yes. Instead of going, let's go darker. Oh yeah, that definitely helps. I'm gonna even go a little further with our, yeah, with the glazy stuff here. And what's fun is I can even drop some of the main coat, and then here's again some glaze to it. That looks all shiny right now. Give it a little as 15 minutes, probably won't be so shiny anymore. With the oils, you are not going to be layering. Hashtag no layers when it comes to the oils. I mean that's an acrylic thing, no problem. That works very well for acrylics, but with the oils, you don't really want to, again, pile up all that paint for one thing. You just don't need to do that. And it's really not going to add anything except a whole bunch of drying time. Yeah, so it'll end up being a tad bit frustrating for you because it's going to take a long, long time for stuff to dry. As I mentioned earlier, this thing, by this time tomorrow, it will be mostly dry. Oh, yeah, look at that. Our lights look lighter there. All we did was make things darker, but it looks like we went through this and furiously put in a bunch of highlights when we did exactly the opposite. This is another. Well, first, let me. There. Now, we did it on the other side here. To make that darker, I'm going to try and do the same deal here to make this darker. Yes. So now we have light and then dark, and then we have the mid-tone over here. It's amazing. Well, Mr. Stark, like the story I always tell about the mural that I did, where they were convinced I was going to be using just tube after tube of paint, and the thing was done, and they said, "So how many tubes did you use?" And I said, "Well, I think if you took all the paint combined, I used maybe one tube of paint." And this was a mural on a wall. What was that? 136 by 90 some odd inches, and they couldn't believe it. I do still have, well, there actually is some footage of me painting that, but I do have the photos of it. Sadly, I'll have to download them all again because they ended up on a different machine that, well, is not working right now. Red Razor, nice to see you again. Happy Tuesday there, Red Razor. Erin Brew, how you doing? Again, happy Tuesday to everybody. Not too much of the dark there. Gotta be careful about that. So we have our tiny little crab down there, which is absolutely hilarious. Well, great to see you again there, Red Razor. We're just really enjoying doing all the different flavor ring wraiths. It's kind of like, what is that? The every flavor jelly beans or something like that. It's the every flavor ring wraiths on the Fell Beasts. There, okay. Let me take this lighter stuff and light it right there on the end of that talon. Also, this one too. Blending brush to tone that down here. I might just lighten up the edge of the knuckle there a little. Back to that little blending brush to get rid of that little thing there. So you could see, that green that's in there, that was as simple as just tossing a little bit of phthalo green as a glaze. That was it. There was no layers back there. There was absolutely no layers to any of that. It looks like there is. There's, trust me, there's no layers there. this is it's going to be too late. I could tell right away that's going to be too late because they were so efficient in establishing our dark in there. So we're going to toss that in there. We will take this, and then we just kind of push that around. It's a hard to reach area. And if we were to paint all that separately, well, what would end up happening? That would end up being 1,000 times lighter than it's supposed to because, well, it's already in shadow. There's a body over it. There's the wing. It would not be that light. But if there was no, if it was easy to reach, you would be tempted to put a whole bunch of lighter stuff in there. So recoil, hopefully, now Boomitz has the image there of the fantastic one that you were able to create there. So Boomitz has that image. So hopefully Boomitz will be able to execute the rest of that. At least we'll have those three. I think Boomitz could maybe still be able to get maybe one more in at least before the time we have to do Kathy's birthday streams and such. Take me some of that Van Dyke brown. Throw some of that in there. I think we were calling him sorghum. So sorghum there, and I think there was. I know there's something. I think I could swear there's a sorghum tree. I think there's maybe it's a beverage of some kind. I think, but yeah, the sorghum was what I was thinking of going with for him. But I do have I have some images that I was able to make of Miri and Pippin. I was not very I had very little success with the Theoden. At any time I wanted him on I guess I should have stated that the horse should also look like a gummy bear recoil. Yeah, because it basically was a gummy bear dude with a green cloak on a regular horse. It was really, really strange. Yeah, I should have said horse like a gummy bear too. So much like you were saying, what was the one where you had to? Oh, you had to give him you had to give Gimli a helmet. That's right. It was the Gimli that also we were having trouble with. Pretty sure I sent the Gimli picture. I might resend that again just to make sure. I still have to also determine then recoil. Do we, as far as the basing of it, do we just not really put any kind of a base on them except just a base? Or do I try to create some kind of gummy bear environment? That would be the ultimate in basing challenge, right, Mr. Stark? Is how do you make a Lord of the Rings themed gummy base? That might actually be the ultimate basing challenge right there. I mean, well, I guess, well, once again, it kind of falls back to me not knowing how to do the digital sculpting of stuff, but you could probably sculpt some things that could be used as basing bits. Mr. Stark, that's kind of when you look at the environments it puts them in, it does have very much a Candyland look to it. Actually, now I'm trying to imagine an Ent as a gummy bear. I wonder if that's there you go. That's how you would do your trees. Either that, or maybe you use AI and just say, "Hey AI, try and create some kind of basing environment, but as gummy bears." Yeah, I could definitely see a candy cane forest or something like that, right? That would be oh, for Fangorn Forest. There you go. So Rico, again, you have been master of the AI searches there, finding all kinds of fantastic images. So again, let's see if we can maybe bring that up here. Here, let me see something. Oh, that's. Oh yeah, here we go. 1 second. There it is. Come on. We're almost there. Almost there. We go. So there he is. There's your Sauron as Gummy Bear with the one true ring. Yeah, Mr. Stark. Well, sometimes I have to remind myself, don't snarf this down, right? Just oh, that would be the Korean barbecue. Yes, where it's just rampaging through the Korean, just eating everything in sight. Pretty much not taking time to breathe. More of our lighter stuff here on the, again, well, that lighter water right there reflecting. Let me, sure, fine. Well, so a little bit of lighter paint on the knuckle there. I'll bet you our other ring, Fel Beast, there's a lot more violet in there. Yes, it does. Well, yeah. So this get more of a bluish tone, but then look at how much of the brown and the greens are there. Whereas here, again, more of a turquoise, and then the well, sort of yellow ochre-ish type color. Boy, Mr. Stark, yeah, the Korean barbecue. Holy smokes, that is so fantastic. That's the other thing I've got to figure out is where I can get some of the Korean barbecue style meats, or at least just start looking up some recipes. Well, that's something maybe I could do in the air fryer. I know that sounds weird, but that might be something. I'll have to look and see what I can find. Oh, let me lighten up this a little more. Can't really screw around too much with this, but we're gonna sneak the brush down in there. Little now you know why. Look at where my hand is on this brush. It's almost off the handle, and I had to sneak the brush under the wing. Sneak it back out again to do that. Alright, let me do this here. Blending brush there. And again, all that'll be my the blackest black. Oh yeah, his tail. Let me where's my really light stuff here? Okay, let's just use that. Whatever that is. Oh, I see how that used to look super shiny. Now it's got kind of that dull, almost ochre look to it, and that separates. Ooh, and let's do a film noir on this. So yes, there's a value contrast, but look what the color adds. Again, another subtle difference between them there. I'm gonna gonna try and get a little. I don't know about that. Man, we'll just roll with it. Let's just roll with that. Also here, a couple more lights on the underside of his tail, right? Because the got to project the water reflecting up on that. More areas of light here. Maybe that's just too much. No problem. See that? Look at that. We just it's like we have an eraser. Nice. I can get this a little lighter here. I think that's another thing is these are just many more pieces. Whereas the Navarrete Studios, it just kind of goes together so much quicker. Oh, let me try this. Let me get rid of this. Where is my Perline Crimson here? Alright, and now we're going to take that and we'll blend that with what's here. We'll go with that. Go with that. Maybe a teensy bit of that reddish stuff flows down in there. Okay, yeah. That is a nice little fade there. We're going to do that some more over here. Try and get a little bit of that on this side. Try and mix a little bit of it in there. Okay. And now I think there's some more stuff in here I could try to do with this. Is this too light? I don't want to, yeah, if I take away too much of that dark, the eye is not really going to stand out at all. Let me go back to my dark here again. Come on, there. Blending brush. Oops, that one went a little. The brush unfortunately kind of bumped into the finger over there, and that sort of changed its trajectory just a little bit. Actually, I think that's now we have a decent shadow in there already. I think, I guess we could get a little more of the dark here on that cloak. Now, what is going on up here? We just have a whole lot of middle tone up there. Where's my? I'm just gonna keep using this one, I guess. Yeah, that's well, first we gotta. I think we can get some more of our dark in here still. Let me phthalo green and our really dark blue to to start with here. And then we're going to try and get the, well, that's almost kind of a greenish color, the Mars Yellow Deep. And some of that same really deep bluish gray. A little more light into that maybe. Thank you so much, Herman Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Our latest episode is actually, oh yeah, it's all about the object source lighting. Huge surprise. Do we have it here? Can't quite reach it. But it was a large scale figure, that's right. And it was all about the magenta object source lighting, but more importantly, it was about primer painting, where actually most of the skin tone and also the, where is that thing? Well, it's all the way over here. So the most of the skin tone and a good portion of the cloak was actually just primer, and we even were able to mix a fluorescent primer. That is not kidding about that. We actually were able to create a fluorescent primer. Okay, I'm going to sneak this brush under here. And we're going to try and do a little something on the ribs here. I think you can sort of see what we're doing there. Again, not a whole bunch. So Rico trying to create a gummy tree beard. What Rico, I can only imagine. Just the hilarity of that and what kind of weird images it's creating. I'm just imagining again a gummy tree beard. That would I think, what was it? Somebody did do sort of a Candyland themed fantasy army. Oh, it was the Lorax. Yes, they actually sculpted the Lorax for somebody, and that was their army for a called a Fluffy Bunny tournament. And I think he had gummy bears with toothpicks as his spearmen or something like that. And he had pipe cleaners with whatever tufts on them for the little the whatchamacallit, Dr. Seuss trees. So Aaron Brewbreath, let me see if we've got a piece of it. I think we have one. Yeah, we got one last piece of it here. No, a couple pieces. So it's just parchment paper here. This is a sort of a higher quality stuff. It's not in a roll. It's just flat because, believe if it was a roll, it would just want to be like this all the time. And then it's just clipped to a piece of cardboard. Right here, we just again we just use some clips here, and it's clipped to a piece of cardboard, and that is it. So thanks, Dermov. Sorry that I missed that there. It's a little bit hard to see that because your chat question is currently blocked by the camera boom. So yeah, that's the one thing about doing these big guys like this, is that it gets very difficult to read the chat. Sometimes the only way I even know that there's something in the chat is if on the other monitor I just kind of see something move, and then I say, well, I guess there must be, somebody must have written something in the chat, and then I have to actually try and look around the camera boom, or even just look at the other monitor. Let me we'll just go with this. Down here, a little something lighter there. Well, thanks for catching that there, Armored Wolf. So it was the same thing with the terrain. It's so humongous that it gets difficult to really see. Let me see if I can get some. Where's that shoe here? Now that one, I might go the opposite way on that. We will take this. Also our green. And here we don't really have any armor plates on this shoe here. So let's see if we can make those. Now we do. Some dark in there. What about this thing? No, see, that's actually facing upward, so I can't really darken that too much. This might be another thing that... Yes, it does. It has middle tones and it has lights. Ah, that's what it was missing. Sure enough. That's what it was missing there, was some darks. When in doubt, make things darker. Okay, there's another tricksy one right here, trying to get a dark in that. Same thing over here on these. Couple of plates there. Maybe what we do need is, well, I thought we did get some dark back there. Now I can maybe try and get some of my... Here, we'll just take that, not radiant indigo. That's the ice blue. Mix it with our not yellow ochre. Yellow ochre. I'm looking at that. Now the top of that would not actually catch any of the glow. Thought it would. Don't even have to consult the oracle of the flashlight to see that. Okay, a couple little lights on that. What is happening on this side with this crown thing? Also not gonna go with the glowy stuff inside the helmet. Ah, yes, this is another place where I need the final bits of light on the armor there. So again, kind of went with, well, almost more like a brass type of an armor on him. And then our turquoise takes over. Well, that is dramatically different from our Saturday stream right there. Tale of two light sources right there. That is really different. Nah, that's too much. Oh, look at that. Again, it's like we have an eraser. We've come at this and done a bunch of, remember the asphaltum little glazes that we did? Now I'm going to try and catch a couple little up here, not so much down there on the bottom, but up here towards the top. Also the finger on our fell beast here. Boy, Rico, they never really say, right? Because I know you got quick beam and you have which one? I keep thinking of Archeryman that we painted right on stream. I think was that. Oh, when did we do all of our trees? Was that in the? Was that over the winter where we did all the different tree men? But he seems to be just kind of a generic tree. No, nothing in particular. Not like coniferous, right? Recoil. Let's see. We had coniferous. We had a birch tree. We had an ash tree, and then, well, of course, then we had blossom, right? Of course, now I'm starting to visualize, a pine tree and as a gummy bear, because it only just gets more and more insane, right? Recoil and more hilarious. Let me. Oh, yeah. Here, let me do a little bit more of the lighter stuff on this knuckle here. Where'd that brush go? There you're hiding. That's again some of our lighter bluish color here. Not too much towards the teal because we don't want it to be necessarily reflecting that. You know what? Back to the ice blue here. Okay, look where my hand is on this brush. By the way, just 2 fingers on there. Better lighten up the wrist here, I think. Let me see if I can hit this knuckle too. We got not a whole bunch on that one. I guess I'm gonna get a little bit of the light here. Yeah. See, without any light there, does it look like the rock is actually kind of affecting the membrane there at all? Blending brush here. More of it right there. Let me hit this too. Nope, nope. Gotta go back to the ochre color. That was just looking exactly like what's on the wing. Tilt it over a little bit. Again, get some of the warmer color in here. Let me get some of the asphaltum into that mix too. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so now we have again more of a color contrast instead of just only the value contrast. Yeah, maybe a little bit even more of the asphaltum here. Blending brush. See, we have our existing little glaze stuff that we did down there. We can still access that hours later because we're 5 hours 15 minutes into this thing. Oh, and again, by the way, 5 hours 15 minutes ago, yeah, there was no paint on this. There was none whatsoever. And of course, a Stynorez primer, as always. That's what we always begin with. And of course, if you want to see how this one was painted, or well, any of the other ones, now that we're getting to have quite a collection here, all you got to do is just check out all of the highlights, because every single session here is saved as a highlight. Sort of like a YouTube channel, just no commercials. And they're all sitting there. I can make a playlist like you could with the YouTube channel, but everything has a thumbnail. So you look for the image, you want to see object source lighting or whatever.